The Landlady. Billy Weaver had travelled down from London on the slow afternoon train, changing trains on the way, and by the time he got to Bath it was about 9 o'clock in the evening. The air was very cold, and the wind was like a flat blade of ice on his cheeks. "Excuse me," he said, "but is there a fairly cheap hotel not too far away from here?" "Try the pub down the road," a man at the station said, pointing. "They might take you in. It's about 1 kilometre along on the other side." Billy thanked him and picked up his suitcase and set out to walk to the inn. He had never been to Bath before. He didn't know anyone who lived there, but his boss at the head office in London had told him it was a splendid city. "Find your own accommodation," he had said, "and then go along and report to the local manager as soon as you've got yourself settled." Billy was 17 years old. He was wearing a new dark blue overcoat, a new brown hat, a new brown suit, and he was feeling fine. He walked briskly down the street. He was trying to do everything briskly these days. All successful businessmen, he had decided, were brisk. The top men at head office were brisk all the time. They were amazing. There were no shops on this wide street, only a line of tall houses on each side, all of them looking the same. They had grand entrances and 4 or 5 steps going up to their front doors, and it was obvious that they had been very grand houses indeed. But now, even in the darkness, he could see that the paint was coming off the doors and windows, and that the handsome white exteriors had cracks and patches from lack of repair. Suddenly, in a downstairs window that was illuminated by a nearby street lamp, Billy saw a printed notice leaning against the glass in one of the windows. It said, "Bed and breakfast." He stopped walking. He moved a bit closer. Green curtains were hanging down on each side of the window. He went right up to it and looked through the glass into the room. And the first thing he saw was a bright fire burning in the fireplace. On the carpet in front of the fire, a pretty little dog was curled up asleep. The room itself, which he could only see in half darkness, was filled with pleasant furniture. There was a piano and a big sofa and several comfortable armchairs. And in one corner he saw a large parrot in a cage. Animals were usually a good sign in a place like this, Billy told himself, and it looked to him as if it would be a pretty decent house to stay in. Certainly it would be more comfortable than a pub. On the other hand, a pub would be more friendly than a guest house. There would be beer and cards in the evenings, and lots of people to talk to, and it would probably be a lot cheaper too. He had stayed a couple of nights in a pub once before and had liked it. He had never stayed in any guest houses, and, to be perfectly honest, he was a tiny bit frightened of them. The word guest house suggested watery vegetables and greedy landladies. After hesitating like this in the cold for 2 or 3 minutes, Billy decided that he would walk on and look at the pub before making up his mind. He turned to go. And now a strange thing happened to him. He was just going to step back and turn away from the window when his eye was caught and held in the most peculiar manner by the small notice that was there. "Bed and breakfast," it said. "Bed and breakfast. Bed and breakfast." Each word was like a large black eye staring at him through the glass, holding him, forcing him to stay where he was and not to walk away from that house. And the next thing he knew, he was actually moving across from the window to the front door, climbing the steps that led to it, and reaching for the bell. He pressed it. Far away in a back room he heard it ringing, and then at once, it must have been at once because he hadn't even had time to take his finger from the bell button, the door swung open and a woman was standing there. She was about 45 or 50 years old, and the moment she saw him, she gave him a warm, welcoming smile. "Please come in," she said pleasantly. She stepped to one side, holding the door wide open, and Billy found himself automatically starting forward into the house. The force, or more accurately, the desire to follow her, was extraordinarily strong. "I saw the notice in the window," he said, holding himself back. "Yes, I know." "I was wondering about a room." "It's all ready for you, my dear," she said. She had a round pink face and very gentle blue eyes. "I was on my way to a pub," Billy told her, "but I noticed the sign in your window." "My dear boy," she said, "why don't you come in out of the cold?" "How much do you charge?" £9 a night, including breakfast. It was amazingly cheap. It was less than half of what he had been willing to pay. "If that is too much," she added, "then perhaps I can reduce it just a tiny bit. Do you desire an egg for breakfast? Eggs are expensive at the moment. It would cost less without the egg." £9 is fine," he answered. "I would like very much to stay here." "I knew you would. Do come in." She seemed terribly nice. She looked exactly like the mother of one's best school friend welcoming one into the house to stay for the Christmas holidays. Billy took off his hat and stepped inside. "Just hang it there," she said, "and let me help you with your coat." There were no other hats or coats in the hall. There were no umbrellas, no walking sticks, nothing. "We have it all to ourselves," she said, smiling at him over her shoulder as she led the way upstairs. "You see, I don't very often have the pleasure of taking a visitor into my little nest." The old girl is slightly mad, Billy told himself. But at £9 a night, who cares about that? "I should have thought you'd be simply full of visitors wanting to stay," he said politely. "Oh, I am, my dear, I am. Of course I am. But the trouble is that I am just a tiny bit careful about whom I choose, if you see what I mean." "Ah, yes." "But I'm always ready. Everything is always ready, day and night in this house, just in case an acceptable young gentleman comes along. And it is such a pleasure, my dear, when now and again I open the door and I see someone standing there who is just exactly right." She was halfway up the stairs and she paused, turned her head and smiled down at him. "Like you," she added, and her blue eyes travelled slowly all the way down the length of Billy's body to his feet and then up again. On the first floor she said to him, "This floor is mine." They climbed up more stairs. "And this one is all yours," she said. "Here's your room. I do hope you'll like it." She took him into a small but charming front bedroom, switching on the light as she went in. "The morning sun comes right in the window, Mr. Perkins. It is Mr. Perkins, isn't it?" "No," he said, "it's Weaver." "Mr. Weaver. How nice. I've put a hot water bottle between the sheets to warm them, Mr. Weaver, and you may light the gas fire at any time if you feel cold." "Thank you," Billy said. "Thank you very much." He noticed that the bedclothes had been neatly turned back on one side, all ready for someone to get in. "I'm so glad you appeared," she said, looking seriously into his face. "I was beginning to get worried." "That's all right," Billy answered brightly. "You mustn't worry about me." He put his suitcase on the chair and started to open it. "And what about supper, my dear? Did you manage to get anything to eat before you came here?" "I'm not hungry, thank you," he said. "I think I'll just go to bed as soon as possible, because tomorrow I've got to get up rather early and report to the office." "Very well, then. I'll leave you now so that you can unpack. But before you go to bed, would you be kind enough to come into the sitting room on the ground floor and sign the book? Everyone has to do that, because it's the law, And we don't want to break any laws at this stage in the proceedings, do we?" She gave him a little wave of the hand and went quickly out of the room and closed the door. The fact that his landlady appeared to be slightly crazy didn't worry Billy at all. She was not only harmless, there was no question about that, but she was also quite obviously a kind and generous person. He guessed that she had probably lost a son of her own, or something like that, and had never recovered from it. So, a few minutes later, after unpacking and washing his hands, he walked downstairs to the ground floor and entered the sitting-room. His landlady wasn't there, but the fire was still burning, and the little dog was still sleeping in front of it. The room was wonderfully warm and comfortable. "I'm a lucky fellow," he thought, rubbing his hands. "This is great." He found the guestbook lying open on the piano, so he took out his pen and wrote down his name and address. There were only 2 other names above his on the page, and, as one always does, he started to read them. One was a Christopher Mulholland from Cardiff. The other was Gregory W. Temple from Bristol. "That's funny," he thought suddenly. "Christopher Mulholland. That name sounds familiar." Now, where had he heard that rather unusual name before? Was he a boy at school? No. Was it one of his sister's numerous young men, perhaps? Or a friend of his father's? No. No, it wasn't any of those. He glanced down again at the book. In fact, thinking about it again, he wasn't at all sure that the second name wasn't as familiar to him as the first. "Gregory Temple," he said aloud, searching his memory. "Christopher Mulholland. Such charming boys," a voice behind him answered, and he turned and saw his landlady walking into the room carrying the tea tray in front of her. "They sound somehow familiar," he said. "They do? How interesting." "I'm almost positive I've heard those names before somewhere. Isn't that strange? Maybe it was in the newspapers. They weren't famous in any way, were they? I mean, famous footballers or something like that?" "Famous?" she said, setting the tray down on the low table in front of the sofa. "Oh, no, I don't think they were famous. But they were extraordinarily handsome, both of them, I can promise you that. They were tall and young and handsome, my dear, just exactly like you." Once more Billy glanced down at the book. "Look here," he said, noticing the dates. "This last entry is over 2 years old." "Is it?" "Yes, indeed. And Christopher Mulholland's is nearly a year before that. More than 3 years ago." "Oh dear," she said, shaking her head. "I never would have thought it. How time flies away from us all, doesn't it, Mr. Wilkins?" "It's Weaver," Billy said. "Weaver." "Oh, of course it is," she cried, sitting down on the sofa. "How silly of me. I do apologize." "Do you know something that's extraordinary about all this? Both those names, Mulholland and Temple, I not only seem to remember each one separately, but they appear to be connected as well, as if they were both famous for the same sort of thing, if you see what I mean." "Well, come over here now, dear, and sit down beside me on the sofa, and I'll give you a nice cup of tea and a biscuit before you go to bed." Billy watched her as she busied herself with the cups and saucers. He noticed that she had small, white, quickly moving hands and red fingernails. "I'm almost positive I saw them in the newspapers," Billy said. "I'll think of them in a second. I'm sure I will." There is nothing more annoying than a thing like this which remains just outside one's memory. He hated to give up. "Now, wait a minute," he said. "Wait just a minute. Mulholland, Christopher Mulholland. Wasn't that the name of the schoolboy who was on a walking tour through the West Country and then suddenly— "Milk?" she said. "And sugar?" "Yes, please." "And then suddenly— "Schoolboy?" she said. "Oh, no, my dear, that can't possibly be right, because my Mr. Mulholland was certainly not a schoolboy when he came to me. He was a university student. Come over here now, and sit next to me and warm yourself in front of this lovely fire. Come on. Your tea's all ready for you." He crossed the room slowly and sat down on the edge of the sofa. She placed his teacup on the table in front of him. "There we are," she said. "How nice and comfortable this is, isn't it?" Billy started drinking his tea. She did the same. For half a minute neither of them spoke, but Billy knew that she was looking at him. Her body was half turned towards him, and he could feel her eyes resting on his face, watching him from over her teacup. Now and again he caught a peculiar smell that seemed to come from her direction. It wasn't unpleasant, and it reminded him— well, he wasn't quite sure what it was. New leather? Or was it the corridors of a hospital? "Mr. Mulholland loved his tea," she finally said. "I've never seen anyone in my life drink as much tea as dear, sweet Mr. Mulholland." "I suppose he left fairly recently," Billy said. "Left?" she said. "But, my dear boy, he never left. He's still here. Mr. Temple is also here. They're on the 3rd floor, both of them together." Billy put down his cup slowly on the table and stared at his landlady. She smiled back at him, and then put out one of her white hands and patted him comfortingly on the knee. "How old are you, my dear?" she asked. 17. "17!" she cried. "Oh, it's the perfect age. Mr. Mulholland was also 17, but I think he was a little shorter than you are. In fact, I'm sure he was. And his teeth weren't quite so white. You have the most beautiful teeth, Mr. Weaver. Mr. Temple was a little older. He was actually 28. I wouldn't have guessed it, though, if he hadn't told me. There wasn't a mark on his body." "A what?" Billy said. "His skin was just like a baby's." There was a pause. Billy picked up his teacup, drank some more, and then put it down again in its saucer. He waited for her to say something else, but she seemed to have fallen into another of her silences. He sat there, looking ahead, biting his lower lip. "That parrot," he said at last. "You know something? It completely fooled me when I looked through the window from the street. I thought it was alive." "Sadly, no longer." "It's very clever the way it's been stuffed," he said. "It doesn't look at all dead. Who did it?" "I did." "You did?" "Of course," she said. "And have you met my little Basil as well?" She nodded towards the dog curled up so comfortably in front of the fire. Billy looked at it. Suddenly he realized that this animal had all the time been as silent and motionless as the parrot. He touched it gently on the top of its back. It was hard and cold, but perfectly preserved. "Good heavens," he said. "How very interesting. It must be awfully difficult to do a thing like that." "Not at all," she said. "I stuff all my little pets myself when they die. Will you have another cup of tea?" "No, thank you," Billy said. The tea tasted faintly bitter, and he didn't really like it. "You did sign the book, didn't you?" "Oh, yes." "That's good, because later, if I forget what you were called, then I can always look it up. I still do that every day with Mr. Mulholland and Mr. Mr. Temple, Billy said. Gregory Temple. Excuse me for asking, but haven't there been any other guests here except them in the last 2 or 3 years? Holding her teacup high in one hand, moving her head slightly to the left, she looked at him out of the corners of her eyes and gave him another gentle little smile. No, my dear, she said. Only you.
There were 6 of us at dinner that night at Mike Schofield's house in London. Mike and his wife and daughter, my wife and I, and a man called Richard Pratt. Richard Pratt was famous for his love of food and wine. He was president of a small society known as the Epicures, and each month he sent privately to its members information about food and wines. He organised dinners where wonderful dishes and rare wines were served. He refused to smoke for fear of harming his ability to taste, and when discussing a wine, he had a strange habit of describing it as if it were a living being. A sensible wine, he would say. Rather shy, but quite sensible. Or a good-humoured wine, kind and cheerful. Slightly rude, perhaps, but still good-natured. I had been to dinner at Mike's twice before, when Richard Pratt was there. And on each occasion, Mike and his wife had cooked a very special meal for the famous epicure. And this one, clearly, was to be no exception. The yellow roses on the dining table, the quantity of shining silver, the 3 wine glasses to each person, and above all, the faint smell of roasting meat from the kitchen brought on a strong desire for the immediate satisfaction of my hunger. As we sat down, I remembered that on both Richard Pratt's last visits, Mike had played a little betting game with him over the claret. He had asked him to name it and to guess its age. Pratt had replied that that should not be too difficult if it was one of the great years. Mike had then bet him a case of that same wine that he could not do it. Pratt had accepted and had won both times. Tonight, I felt sure that the little game would be played again, since Mike was quite ready to lose the bet to prove that his wine was good enough to be recognised, and Pratt seemed to take pleasure in showing his knowledge. The meal began with a plate of fish, fried in butter, and to go with it, there was a Moselle wine. Mike got up and poured the wine himself, and when he sat down again, I could see that he was watching Richard Pratt. He had set the bottle in front of me so that I could read its name. It said, Gearsley, Olisburg, 1945. He leaned over and whispered to me that Gearsley was a small village in the Moselle area, almost unknown outside Germany. He said that this wine we were drinking was something unusual, and that so little of this wine was produced that it was almost impossible for a stranger to get any of it. He had visited Gearsley personally the summer before, in order to obtain the few bottles that they had allowed him to have. I doubt whether anyone else in the country has any of it at the moment, he said. I saw him look again at Richard Pratt. The great thing about Moselle, he continued, raising his voice, is that it's the perfect wine to serve before a claret. A lot of people serve a Rhine wine instead, but that's because they don't know any better. Mike Schofield was a man who had become very rich very quickly, and now also wanted to be considered someone who understood and enjoyed the good things in life. An attractive little wine, don't you think?" he added. He was still watching Richard Pratt. I could see him give a quick look down the table each time he dropped his head to take a mouthful of fish. I could almost feel him waiting for the moment when Pratt would drink his first drop and look up from his glass with a smile of pleasure, perhaps even of surprise. And then there would be a discussion, and Mike would tell him about the village of Gearsley. But Richard Pratt did not taste his wine. He was too deep in conversation with Mike's 18-year-old daughter, Louise. He was half turned towards her, smiling at her, telling her, as far as I could hear, some story about a cook in a Paris restaurant. As he spoke, he leaned closer and closer to her, and the poor girl leaned as far as she could away from him, smiling politely and looking not at his face, but at the top button of his dinner jacket. We finished our fish, and the servant came round and took away the plates. When she came to Pratt, she saw that he had not yet touched his food. So she waited, and Pratt noticed her. He quickly began to eat, pushing the pieces of fish into his mouth with rapid movements of his fork. Then, when he had finished, he reached for his glass, and in 2 short swallows he poured the wine down his throat and turned immediately to continue his conversation with Louise Schofield. Mike saw it all. I was conscious of him sitting there, very still, looking at his guest. His round, cheerful face seemed to loosen slightly, but he controlled himself and said nothing. Soon the servant came forward with the second course. This was a large joint of roast meat. She placed it on the table in front of Mike, who stood up and cut it very thinly, laying the pieces gently on the plates for her to take to the guests. When everyone had been served, he put down the knife and leaned forward with both hands on the edge of the table. "Now," he said, speaking to all of us, but looking at Richard Pratt. "Now for the claret. I must go and get it, if you'll excuse me." "Get it?" I said. "Where is it?" "In my study. Already open. It's breathing." "Why the study?" "It's the best place in the house for a wine to reach room temperature. Richard helped me to choose it last time he was here." At the sound of his name, Richard looked round. "That's right, isn't it?" Mike said. "Yes," Pratt answered seriously. "That's right." "On top of the green cupboard in my study," Mike said. "That's the place we chose. A good spot in a room with an even temperature. Excuse me now, will you, while I get it?" The thought of another wine to play with had cheered him up, and he hurried out of the door. He returned a minute later, more slowly, walking softly, holding in both hands a wine basket in which a dark bottle lay with the name out of sight, facing downwards. "Now," he cried as he came towards the table. "What about this one, Richard? You'll never name this one." Richard Pratt turned slowly and looked up at Mike. Then his eyes travelled down to the bottle in its small basket. He stuck out his wet lower lip, suddenly proud and ugly. "You'll never get it," Mike said. "Not in 100 years. "A claret?" Richard Pratt said, rather rudely. "Of course." I suppose, then, that not much of this particular claret is produced. Perhaps it is, Richard, and perhaps it isn't. But it's a good year. One of the great years? Yes, I can promise that. Then it shouldn't be too difficult, Richard Pratt said, speaking slowly, looking extremely bored. But to me, there was something strange about his way of speaking. Between the eyes, there was a shadow of something evil, and this gave me a faint sense of discomfort as I watched him. This one is really rather difficult, Mike said. I won't force you to bet on this one. Really? And why not? Because it's difficult. That's rather an insult to me, you know. My dear man, Mike said, I'll have a bet on it with pleasure, if that's what you wish. It shouldn't be too hard to name it. You mean you want to bet? I'm perfectly ready to bet, Richard Pratt said. All right then. We'll bet the usual. A case of the wine itself. You don't think I'll be able to name it, do you? As a matter of fact, and with respect, I don't, Mike said. He was trying to remain polite, but Pratt was making little attempt to hide his low opinion of the whole business. Strangely, though, his next question seemed to show a certain interest. Would you like to increase the bet? No, Richard. A case is enough. Would you like to bet 50 cases? That would be silly. Mike stood very still behind his chair at the head of the table, carefully holding the bottle in its basket. There was a whiteness about his nose now, and his mouth was shut very tightly. Pratt was sitting back in his chair, looking up at Mike. His eyes were half closed, and a little smile touched the corners of his lips. And again I saw, or thought I saw, something very evil about the man's face. So you don't want to increase the bet? As far as I'm concerned, I don't care, Mike said. I'll bet you anything you like. The three women and I sat quietly, watching the two men. Mike's wife was becoming annoyed. I felt that at any moment she was going to interrupt. Our meat lay in front of us on our plates, slowly steaming. So you'll bet me anything I like? That's what I told you. I'll bet you anything you like. Even £10,000? Certainly I will, if that's the way you want it. Mike was more confident now. He knew quite well that he could afford any sum that Pratt mentioned. So you say that I can name the bet? Pratt asked again. That's what I said. There was a pause, while Pratt looked slowly round the table, first at me, then at the three women, each in turn. He seemed to be reminding us that we were witnesses to the offer. Mike, Mrs. Schofield said. Mike, why don't we stop this nonsense and eat our food? It's getting cold. But it isn't nonsense, Pratt told her calmly. We're making a little bet. I noticed the servant standing at the back of the room, holding a dish of vegetables, wondering whether to come forward with them or not. All right then, Pratt said. I'll tell you what I want you to bet. Tell me then, Mike said. I don't care what it is. I'll bet. Again the little smile moved the corners of Pratt's lips, and then, quite slowly, looking at Mike all the time, he said, I want you to bet me the hand of your daughter in marriage. Louise Schofield gave a jump. Hey, she cried. No, that's not funny. Look here, Daddy. That's not funny at all. No, dear, her mother said. They're only joking. I'm not joking, Richard Pratt said. It's stupid, Mike said. Once again, he was not in control of the situation. You said you'd bet anything I liked. I meant money. You didn't say money. That's what I meant. Then it's a pity you didn't say it. But if you wish to take back your offer, that's quite all right with me. It's not a question of taking back my offer, old man. It's not a proper bet, because you haven't got a daughter to offer me in case you lose. And if you had, I wouldn't want to marry her. I'm glad of that, dear, his wife said. I'll offer anything you like, Pratt announced. My house, for example. How about my house? Which one? Mike asked, joking now. The country one. Why not the other one as well? All right then, if you wish it. Both my houses. At that point, I saw Mike pause. He took a step forward and placed the bottle in its basket gently down on the table. His daughter, too, had seen him pause. Now, Daddy, she cried, don't be stupid. It's all too silly for words. I refuse to be betted on like this. Quite right, dear, her mother said. Stop it immediately, Mike, and sit down and eat your food. Mike ignored her. He looked over at his daughter, and he smiled, a slow, fatherly, protective smile. But in his eyes, suddenly, shone the faint light of victory. You know, he said, smiling as he spoke. You know, Louise, we ought to think about this a bit. Now stop it, Daddy. I refuse even to listen to you. Why? I've never heard anything so crazy in all my life. No, seriously, my dear. Just wait a moment and hear what I have to say. But I don't want to hear it. Louise, please. It's like this. Richard here has offered us a serious bet. He is the one who wants to make it, not me. And, if he loses, he will have to hand over a large amount of property. Now wait a minute, my dear, don't interrupt. The point is this. He cannot possibly win. He seems to think he can. Now listen to me, because I know what I'm talking about. The claret I've got here comes from a very small wine-growing area that is surrounded by many other small areas that produce different varieties of wine. He'll never get it. It's impossible. You can't be sure of that, his daughter said. I'm telling you I can. Though I say it myself, I understand quite a bit about this wine business, you know. Heavens, girl, I'm your father. And you don't think I'd make you do something you didn't want to do, do you? I'm trying to make you some money. Mike, his wife said sharply, Stop it now. Mike, please. Again, he ignored her. If you will take this bet, he said to his daughter, in 10 minutes, you'll be the owner of 2 large houses. But I don't want 2 large houses, Daddy. Then sell them. Sell them back to him immediately. I'll arrange all that for you. And then, just think of it, my dear. You'll be rich. You'll be independent for the rest of your life. Oh, Daddy, I don't like it. I think it's silly. So do I, the mother said. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Michael, for even suggesting such a thing. Your own daughter, too. Mike did not look at her. Take it, he said eagerly, looking hard at the girl. Take it quickly. I promise you won't lose. But I don't like it, Daddy. Come on, girl. Take it. Mike was pushing her hard. He was leaning towards her and fixing her with 2 bright, determined eyes, and it was not easy for his daughter to refuse him. But what if I lose? I keep telling you, you can't lose. Oh, Daddy, must I? I'm making you a fortune. So come on now. What do you say, Louise? All right? For the last time, she paused. Then she gave a helpless little movement of the shoulders and said, Oh, all right then. Just so long as you swear there's no danger of losing. Good, Mike cried. That's fine. Then it's a bet. Yes, Richard Pratt said, looking at the girl. It's a bet. Immediately, Mike picked up the wine and walked excitedly round the table, filling up everybody's glasses. Now everybody was watching Richard Pratt, watching his face as he reached slowly for his glass with his right hand and lifted it to his nose. The man was about 50 years old, and he did not have a pleasant face. Somehow, it was all mouth. Mouth and lips. The full, wet lips of the professional epicure. The lower lip hung down in the centre, a permanently open taster's lip. Like a keyhole, I thought, watching it. His mouth is like a large wet keyhole. Slowly, he lifted the glass to his nose. The point of his nose entered the glass and moved over the surface of the wine. He moved the wine gently around in the glass to smell it better. He closed his eyes, and now the whole top half of his body, the head and neck and chest, seemed to become a kind of large, sensitive smelling machine. Mike, I noticed, was sitting back in his chair, trying to appear unconcerned, but he was watching every movement. Mrs. Schofield, the wife, sat upright at the other end of the table, looking straight ahead, her face tight with disapproval. The daughter, Louise, had moved her chair away a little and sideways, facing the epicure, and she, like her father, was watching closely. For at least a minute, the smelling process continued. Then, without opening his eyes or moving his head, Pratt lowered the glass to his mouth and poured in almost half the wine. He paused, his mouth full, getting the first taste. And now, without swallowing, he took in through his lips a thin breath of air, which mixed with the wine in the mouth and passed on down into his lungs. He held his breath, blew it out through his nose, and finally began to roll the wine around under his tongue. It was an impressive performance. He said, putting down the glass, moving a pink tongue over his lips. Yes. A very interesting little wine, gentle and graceful. We can start by saying what it is not. You will pardon me for doing this carefully, but there is much to lose. Usually I would perhaps take a bit of a chance, but this time I must move carefully. Must I not? He looked up at Mike, and he smiled, a thick-lipped, wet-lipped smile. Mike did not smile back. First then, which area of Bordeaux does this wine come from? That's not too difficult to guess. It's far too light to be from either Saint-Emilion or Grave. It's obviously a Medoc. There's no doubt about that. Now, from which part of Medoc does it come? That should not be too difficult to decide. Margaux? No. It cannot be Margaux. Pauillac? It cannot be Pauillac either. It is too gentle for Pauillac. No, this is a very gentle wine. Unmistakably, this is a Saint-Julien. He leaned back in his chair and placed his fingers carefully together. I found myself waiting rather anxiously for him to go on. The girl, Louise, was lighting a cigarette. Pratt heard the match strike, and he turned on her, suddenly very angry. "Please," he said. "Please, don't do that. It's a terrible habit, to smoke at table." She looked up at him, slowly and disrespectfully, still holding the burning match in one hand. She blew out the match, but continued to hold the unlighted cigarette in her fingers. "I'm sorry, my dear," Pratt said, "but I simply cannot have smoking at table." She didn't look at him again. "Now let me see. Where were we?" he said. "Ah, yes. This wine is from Bordeaux, from Saint-Julien, in the area of Medoc. So far, so good. But now we come to the more difficult part. The name of the producer. For in Saint-Julien there are so many, and as our host so rightly remarked, there is often not much difference between the wine of one and the wine of another. But we shall see." He picked up his glass and took another small drink. "Yes," he said, sucking his lips. "I was right. Now I am sure of it. It's from a very good year. From a great year, in fact." "That's better. Now we are closing in." "Who are the wine producers in the area of Saint-Julien?" Again he paused. He took up his glass. Then I saw his tongue shoot out, pink and narrow, the end of it reaching into the wine, a horrible sight. When he lowered his glass, his eyes remained closed. Only his lips were moving, sliding over each other like two pieces of wet rubber. "There it is again," he cried. "Something in the middle taste. Yes, of course. Now I have it. The wine comes from around Bechevel. I remember now. The Bechevel area and the river and the little port. Could it actually be Bechevel itself? No, I don't think so. Not quite. But it is somewhere very close. Talbot? Could it be Talbot? Yes, it could. Wait one moment." He drank a little more wine, and out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Mike Schofield and how he was leaning further and further forward over the table, his mouth slightly open, his small eyes fixed on Richard Pratt. No, I was wrong. It is not a Talbot. A Talbot comes forward to you just a little more quickly than this one. The fruit is nearer the surface. If it is a 34, which I believe it is, then it couldn't be a Talbot. Well, let me think. It is not a Bechevel, and it is not a Talbot. But it is so close to both of them. So close that it must be from somewhere almost in between. Now, which could that be? He was silent, and we waited, watching his face. Everyone, even Mike's wife, was watching him now. I heard the servant put down the dish of vegetables on a table behind me, gently, so as not to break the silence. "Ah," he cried. "I have it. Yes, I think I have it." For the last time, he drank some wine. Then, still holding the glass up near his mouth, he turned to Mike and he smiled, a slow, silky smile, and he said, "You know what this is? This is the little Chateau Branner du Cru." Mike sat tight, not moving. And the year 1934. We all looked at Mike, waiting for him to turn the bottle around in its basket. "Is that your final answer?" Mike said. "Yes, I think so." "Well, is it? Or isn't it?" "Yes, it is." "What was the name again?" Chateau Branner du Cru. Pretty little farm. Lovely old house. I know it quite well. I can't think why I didn't recognize it immediately." "Come on, Daddy," the girl said. "Turn the bottle round and let's have a look. I want my two houses." "Just a minute," Mike said. "Wait just a minute." He was sitting very quiet, and his face was becoming pale, as though all the force was flowing slowly out of him. "Michael," his wife called out sharply from the other end of the table. "What's the matter?" "Keep out of this, Margaret. Will you please?" Richard Pratt was looking at Mike, smiling with his mouth, his eyes small and bright. Mike was not looking at anyone. "Daddy," the daughter cried, "you don't mean to say he guessed it right?" "Now stop worrying, my dear," Mike said. "There's nothing to worry about." I think it was more to get away from his family than anything else, that Mike then turned to Richard Pratt and said, "I think you and I had better go into the next room and have a little talk." "I don't want a little talk," Pratt said. "All I want is to see the name on that bottle." He knew he was a winner now, and I could see that he was prepared to become thoroughly nasty if there was any trouble. "What are you waiting for?" he said to Mike. "Go on and turn it round." Then this happened. The servant, a small, upright figure in her white and black uniform, was standing beside Richard Pratt, holding something out in her hand. "I believe these are yours, sir," she said. Pratt looked round, saw the pair of glasses that she held out to him, and for a moment he paused. "Are they? Perhaps they are. I don't know." "Yes, sir, they're yours." The servant was an old woman, nearer 70 than 60, a trusted employee of the family for many years. She put the glasses down on the table beside him. Without thanking her, Pratt picked them up and slipped them into his top pocket. But the servant did not go away. She remained standing beside Richard Pratt, and there was something so unusual in her manner and in the way she stood there, small, still, and upright, that I found myself watching her with sudden anxiety. Her old grey face had a cold, determined look. "You left them in Mr. Schofield's study," she said. Her voice was unnaturally, deliberately polite. "On top of the green cupboard in his study, sir, when you happened to go in there by yourself before dinner?" It took a few moments for the full meaning of her words to be understood, and in the silence that followed, I saw Mike slowly pulling himself up in his chair, and the colour coming to his face, and his eyes opening wide, and the curl of his mouth, and a dangerous whiteness beginning to spread around his nose. "Now, Michael," his wife said. "Keep calm now, Michael, dear. Keep calm."
Pig. Once upon a time, in the city of New York, a beautiful baby boy was born, and his joyful parents named him Lexington. The mother had just returned from hospital, carrying Lexington in her arms, when she said to her husband, "Darling, now you must take me out to a most wonderful restaurant for dinner." Her husband kissed her, and told her that any woman who could have such a beautiful baby as Lexington deserved to go anywhere she wanted. So that evening they both dressed themselves in their best clothes, and leaving little Lexington in the care of a trained nurse who was costing them $20 a day, they went out to the finest and most expensive restaurant in town. After a wonderful evening, they arrived back at their house at around 2 o'clock in the morning. The husband paid the taxi driver and then began feeling in his pockets for the key to the front door. After a while, he announced that he must have left it in the pocket of his other suit, and he suggested they ring the bell and get the nurse to come down and let them in. A nurse who was costing them $20 a day must expect to have to get out of bed occasionally in the night, the husband said. So he rang the bell. They waited. Nothing happened. He rang it again, long and loud. They waited another minute. Then they both stepped back onto the street and shouted the nurse's name up at the nursery window on the 3rd floor, but there was still no answer. The house was dark and silent. The wife began to become frightened. If the nurse couldn't hear the front doorbell, then how did she expect to hear the baby crying? "You mustn't worry. I'll let you in." He was feeling rather brave after all he had drunk. He bent down and took off a shoe. Then, holding the shoe by the toe, he threw it hard and straight through the dining-room window on the ground floor. "There you are," he said, laughing. He stepped forward and very carefully put a hand through the hole in the glass and undid the lock. Then he raised the window. "I'll lift you in first, little mother," he said. And he took his wife around the waist and lifted her off the ground. Then her husband turned her round and began moving her gently through the open window into the dining room. At this moment, a police car came driving silently along the street towards them. It stopped about 30 meters away, and 3 policemen jumped out of the car and started running in the direction of the husband and wife. The policemen were all holding guns. "Hands up!" the policemen shouted. "Hands up!" But it was impossible for the husband to obey this order without letting go of his wife. If he had done this, she would either have fallen to the ground or would have been left half in and half out of the house, which is a very uncomfortable position for a woman. So he continued to push her upwards and inwards through the window. The policemen, all of whom had received rewards before for killing robbers, shot at them immediately. Although the policemen were still running, they hit both bodies several times and killed both of them. So, when he was no more than 12 days old, little Lexington became an orphan. The news of this killing was brought to all the relatives of the dead couple by newspaper reporters, and the next morning the closest of the relatives got into taxis and left for the house with the broken window. They gathered in the living room and sat around in a circle, smoking cigarettes and talking about what should be done with the baby upstairs, the orphan Lexington. It soon became clear that none of the relatives wanted responsibility for the child, and they talked and argued all through the day. Everybody declared an enormous desire to look after him, and would have done so with the greatest of pleasure, but their apartment was too small, or they already had one baby and couldn't possibly afford another, or they wouldn't know what to do with the poor little child when they went abroad in the summer, or they were getting old, which would surely be very unfair on the boy. They all knew, of course, that the father had been heavily in debt for a long time, and that there would be no money at all to go with the child. They were still arguing at 6 the next morning, when suddenly, in the middle of it all, an old aunt, her name was Glosson, arrived from Virginia. Without taking off her hat and coat, without even sitting down, she announced firmly to the gathered relatives that she herself intended to look after the baby boy. She would take full responsibility, she said, for the boy's education and all the costs, and everyone else could go home. She went upstairs to the nursery and took Lexington and went out of the house with the baby held tightly in her arms. The relatives simply sat, stared, smiled, and looked content. And so the baby, Lexington, left the city of New York when he was 13 days old and travelled southwards to live with great Aunt Glosson in the state of Virginia. Aunt Glosson was nearly 70 when she took Lexington to Virginia, but you would never have guessed it. She was as youthful as a woman half her age. She had a small but still quite beautiful face and 2 lovely brown eyes. But she was a strange old woman. For the past 30 years she had lived alone in a small cottage high up on the slopes of the Blue Ridge Mountains, several kilometres from the nearest village. She had 3 cows, some fields for them, some land for growing vegetables, a flower garden, and a dozen chickens. And now she had little Lexington too. She was a strict vegetarian and thought that eating animal meat was not only unhealthy and disgusting, but cruel too. She lived on foods like milk, butter, eggs, cheese, vegetables, nuts and fruit, and she was happy to think that no creature would ever be slaughtered for her sake. She did not know very much about babies, but that didn't worry her. At the railway station in New York, she bought some things for feeding the baby and a book called The Care of Infants. What more could anyone want? When the train started moving, she fed the baby some milk and laid it down on the seat to sleep. Then she read The Care of Infants from beginning to end. Strangely, there wasn't any problem. Back home in the cottage, everything went well. Little Lexington drank his milk and cried, and slept exactly as a good baby should. And Aunt Glosson was filled with joy whenever she looked at him, and she kissed him all day long. By the time he was 6 years old, young Lexington had become a most beautiful boy, with long golden hair and deep blue eyes. He was bright and cheerful, and already he was learning to help his old aunt in all sorts of different ways around the farm, collecting the eggs from the chicken house, making butter, and digging up potatoes in the vegetable garden. Soon Aunt Glosson told herself she would have to start thinking about his education. But she could not bear the thought of sending him away to school. She loved him so much now that it would kill her to be separated from him for long. There was, of course, that village school down in the valley, but it was a horrible-looking place. And if she sent him there, she was sure they would start forcing him to eat meat as soon as he arrived. "You know what, my darling?" she said to him one day when he was sitting in the kitchen watching her make cheese. "I'll teach you myself." The boy looked at her with his large blue eyes and gave her a trusting smile. "That would be nice," he said. "And the first thing I should do is to teach you how to cook." "I think I would like that, Aunt Glosson." "You're going to have to learn sometime," she said. "Vegetarians like us don't have nearly so many foods to choose from as ordinary people, and so they must learn to cook doubly well." "Aunt Glosson," the boy said, "what do ordinary people eat that we don't?" "Animals," she answered with disgust. "Do you mean live animals?" "No," she said, "dead ones." "Do you mean that when they die, they eat them instead of burying them?" "They don't wait for them to die, dear. They kill them." "How do they kill them, Aunt Glosson?" "They usually cut their throats with a knife." "But what kind of animals?" "Cows and pigs mostly, and sheep." "Cows?" the boy cried. "You mean like our cows?" "Exactly, my dear." "But how do they eat them, Aunt Glosson?" "They cut them up into little bits and they cook them. They like the meat best when it's all red and bloody and sticking to the bones. They love to eat cow's flesh with the blood running out of it." "Pigs, too?" "They love pigs." "Lumps of pig's meat," the boy said. "Imagine that." "What else do they eat, Aunt Glosson?" "Chickens." "Chickens? Feathers, too?" "No, dear, not the feathers. Now, go outside and play, will you?" Soon after that, the lessons began. There were 5 subjects, including reading and writing, but cooking was the most popular with both teacher and pupil. In fact, it soon became very clear that young Lexington was a talented cook. He was clever and quick. In so young a boy, this surprised Aunt Glosson, and she could not quite understand it at all. But she was very proud of him and thought that the child would have a wonderful future. "How good it is," she said, "that I have such a wonderful little fellow to look after me when I'm old." A couple of years later, she left the kitchen forever and put Lexington in charge of all household cooking. The boy was now 10 years old, and Aunt Glosson was nearly 80. Alone in the kitchen, Lexington immediately began experimenting with dishes of his own invention. There were hundreds of new ideas in his head. Hardly a day went by without some wonderful new dish being placed on the table. There were many delicious inventions. Aunt Glosson had never tasted food like this in all her life. In the mornings before lunch, she would go outside the house and sit there in her chair, thinking about the coming meal. She loved to sit there and smell what came through the kitchen window. Then he would come out, this 10-year-old child, a little smile of pleasure on his face, and a big steaming pot of the most wonderful food imaginable in his hands. "Do you know what you ought to do?" his aunt said to him, eating the food. "You ought to sit down and write a cookbook." He looked at her across the table, eating slowly. "Why not?" she cried. "I've taught you how to write, and I've taught you how to cook, and now you've only got to put the two things together. You write a cookbook, my darling, and it'll make you famous all over the world." "All right," he said. "I will." And that same day, Lexington began writing the first page of that great book on which he worked for the rest of his life. He called it Eat Well and Healthily. 7 years later, by the time he was 17, he had recorded over 9,000 different recipes, all of them original, all of them wonderful. But now, suddenly, his work was interrupted by the death of Aunt Glosson. She was ill during the night, and Lexington found her lying on the bed screaming with pain. She was a terrible sight. The boy wondered what he should do. Finally, to cool her down, he fetched a bucket of water from the river and poured it over her head. But this only made her worse, and the old lady died in an hour. "This is really too bad," the poor boy said, pinching her several times to make sure that she was dead. "And how sudden! Only a few hours ago she seemed in the very best health. She even ate 3 large portions of my newest mushroom dish and told me how good it was." After crying bitterly for several minutes, because he had loved his aunt very much, he carried her outside and buried her in the garden. The next day, while he was tidying up her things, he found an envelope that was addressed to him in Aunt Glosson's handwriting. He opened it and took out 2 $50 notes and a letter. The letter said, "Darling boy, I know that you have never been down the mountain since you were 13 days old, but as soon as I die, you must put on a pair of shoes and a clean shirt and walk down into the village and find the doctor. Ask the doctor to give you a death certificate. Then take this to my lawyer, a man called Mr. Samuel Zuckerman, who lives in New York City, and who has a copy of my will. Mr. Zuckerman will arrange everything. The money in this envelope is to pay the doctor for the certificate and for the cost of your journey to New York. Mr. Zuckerman will give you more money when you get there, and it is my wish that you use it to continue your work on that great book of yours until you are satisfied that it is complete in every way. Your loving Aunt, Glosson." Lexington, who had always done everything his aunt had told him, put the money in his pocket, put on a pair of shoes and a clean shirt, and went down the mountain to the village where the doctor lived. "Old Glosspan," the doctor said, "is she dead?" "Certainly she's dead," the boy answered. "If you come home with me now, I'll dig her up and you can see for yourself." "How deep did you bury her?" the doctor asked. 2 or 3 meters down, I think." "And how long ago?" "Oh, about 8 hours." "Then she's dead," the doctor announced. "Here's the certificate." Lexington now left for the city of New York to find Mr. Samuel Zuckerman. He travelled on foot, and he slept under bushes, and he lived on berries and wild plants, and it took him 16 days to reach the city. "What a place this is!" he cried, as he stood staring around him. "There are no chickens or cows anywhere, and none of the women looks like Aunt Glosson at all." Lexington had never seen anyone like Mr. Zuckerman before either. He was a small man with a large nose, and when he smiled, bits of gold flashed at you from lots of different places inside his mouth. In his office, he shook Lexington warmly by the hand and congratulated him on his aunt's death. "I suppose you know that your dearly loved aunt was a woman of great wealth," he said. "Do you mean the cows and the chickens?" "I mean $500,000, Mr. Zuckerman said. "How much?" $500,000, my boy, and she's left it all to you." Mr. Zuckerman leaned back in his chair. "Of course, I shall have to take 50% for my services," he said, "but that still leaves you with $250,000. "I am rich!" Lexington cried. "This is wonderful! How soon can I have my money?" "Well," said Mr. Zuckerman, "luckily for you, I know the people at the city tax office, and I'm confident that I'll be able to persuade them to forget about any taxes that your aunt owed." "How kind you are," said Lexington. "I shall have to give some people a small tip, of course." "Whatever you say, Mr. Zuckerman." "I think 100,000 would be enough." "But how much does that leave for me?" the youth asked. 150,000. But then you've got the funeral expenses to pay out of that." "Funeral expenses?" "You've got to pay the funeral company. Surely you know that." "But I buried her myself, Mr. Zuckerman, in the field behind the house. I never used a funeral company." "Listen," Mr. Zuckerman said patiently. "You may not know it, but there is a law in this state which says that no one can receive any money from a will until the funeral company has been paid." "You mean that's a law?" "Certainly it's a law, and a very good law, too. Funerals are one of our country's great traditions. They must be protected at all costs. Mr. Zuckerman himself, together with a group of doctors, controlled a large funeral company in the city. The celebration of death was therefore a deeply religious affair in Mr. Zuckerman's opinion. "You had no right to go out and bury your aunt like that," he said. "None at all." "I'm very sorry, Mr. Zuckerman." "It's completely un-American." "I'll do whatever you say, Mr. Zuckerman. All I want to know is how much I'm going to get in the end when everything's paid." There was a pause. "Shall we say 15,000? He suggested, flashing a big gold smile. "That's a nice figure." "Can I take it with me this afternoon?" "I don't see why not." So Mr. Zuckerman called his chief clerk and told him to give Lexington $15,000. The youth, who was delighted to be getting anything at all, accepted the money gratefully and put it in his bag. Then he shook Mr. Zuckerman warmly by the hand, thanked him for all his help, and went out of the office. "The whole world is in front of me," Lexington cried as he went into the street. "I now have $15,000 to help me until my book is ready. After that, of course, I shall have a lot more." He stood in the street, wondering which way to go. He turned left and began walking slowly down the street, staring at the sights of the city. "I must have something to eat. I'm so hungry," he said. The boy had eaten nothing except berries and wild plants for the past 2 weeks, and now his stomach wanted solid food. He crossed the street and entered a small restaurant. The place was hot inside and dark and silent. There was a strong smell of cooking fat. Lexington seated himself at a corner table and hung his bag on the back of the chair. "This," he told himself, is going to be most interesting. In all my 17 years, I have tasted only the cooking of 2 people, Aunt Glosson and myself. But now I am going to try the food of a new cook, and perhaps, if I am lucky, I might get a few ideas for my book. A waiter came out of the shadows at the back and stood beside the table. "Do you want the roast pork and potatoes?" he asked. "That's all we've got left." "Roast what and potatoes?" The waiter took a dirty handkerchief from his trouser pocket and shook it open. Then he blew his nose loudly. "Do you want it or don't you?" he said, wiping his nose. "I don't know what it is," Lexington answered, "but I'd love to try it. I'm writing a cookbook and—" "One pork and potatoes!" the waiter shouted, and somewhere in the back of the restaurant, far away in the darkness, a voice answered him. The waiter disappeared and soon returned carrying a plate on which there lay a thick, grey-white piece of something hot. Lexington leaned forward anxiously to smell it. "But this is absolutely heavenly," he cried. "What a smell! It's wonderful!" The waiter stepped back a little, watching the youth. "I have never in all my life smelled anything as wonderful as this," Lexington cried, seizing his knife and fork. "What is it made of?" But the waiter was moving backwards towards the kitchen. Lexington cut off a small piece of the meat and put it into his mouth, beginning to eat it slowly, his eyes half closed. "This is wonderful!" he cried. "It's a fine new flavor. Oh, Glosson, I wish you were here with me now so that you could taste this dish. Waiter, come here at once. I want you." The waiter was now watching him from the other end of the room. "If you will come and talk to me, I will give you a present," Lexington said, waving a $100 note. "Please come over here and talk to me." The waiter came cautiously back to the table, seized the money, and put it quickly into his pocket. "What can I do for you, my friend?" "Listen," Lexington said. "If you will tell me what this dish is made of and exactly how it is prepared, I will give you another 100. "I've already told you," the man said. "It's pork." "And what exactly is pork?" "Have you never had roast pork before?" the waiter asked, staring. "Just tell me what it is." "It's pig," the waiter said. "You just put it in the oven." "Pig?" "All pork is pig. Didn't you know that?" "You mean this is pig's meat?" "Of course." But that's impossible," the youth said. "Aunt Glosson said that meat of any kind was disgusting and horrible. But this is without doubt the most wonderful thing I have ever tasted. How do you explain that?" "Perhaps your aunt didn't know how to cook it," the waiter said. "Is that possible?" "It certainly is, especially with pork. Pork has to be very well cooked, or you can't eat it." "That's it!" Lexington cried. "That's exactly what must have happened. She cooked it wrong." He handed the man another $100 note. "Lead me to the kitchen," he said. "Introduce me to the man who prepared this meat." Lexington was at once taken to the kitchen, and there he met the cook, who was an old man with large, unpleasant red patches on his skin. "This will cost you another 100, the waiter said. Lexington was happy to pay, but this time he gave the money to the cook. "Now, listen to me," he said. "I am really rather confused by what the waiter has been telling me. Are you quite sure that the dish I've been eating was prepared from pig's flesh?" The cook raised his right hand and began scratching his neck. "Well," he said, winking at the waiter, "all I can tell you is that I think it was pig's meat." "Do you mean you're not sure?" "One can never be sure." "Then what else could it have been?""Well," the cook said, speaking very slowly and still staring at the waiter,
There's just a chance that it could have been a piece of human flesh.
Do you mean a man?
Yes.
Good heavens!
Or a woman. It could have been either. They both taste the same.
Well, now you really surprise me, the youth said. One lives and learns.
In fact, we've been getting a lot of it recently from the meat factory in place of pork, the cook declared.
Have you really?
The trouble is, it's almost impossible to tell which is which. They're both very good.
The piece I had just now was wonderful.
I'm glad you liked it, the cook said. But to be quite honest, I think that was a bit of pig. In fact, I'm almost sure it was.
You are?
Yes, I am.
In that case, we shall have to believe you, Lexington said. So now will you please tell me, and here is another $100 note for your trouble, will you please tell me how you prepared it? The cook, after taking the money, told Lexington how to cook pork, while the youth, not wanting to miss a single word, sat down at the kitchen table and recorded every detail in his notebook. Is that all? He asked when the cook had finished.
That's all, but you must have a good piece of meat, and it must be cut right.
Show me how, said Lexington. Kill one now so I can learn.
We don't kill pigs in the kitchen, the cook said. The meat you've just eaten came from a slaughterhouse.
Then give me the address. The cook gave him the address, and Lexington, after thanking them both many times for their kindness, rushed outside and went by taxi to the slaughterhouse. It was a big brick building, and the air around it smelt sweet and heavy. At the main entrance gates there was a large notice which said, "Visitors are welcome at any time." Lexington walked through the gates and entered a yard which surrounded the building itself. He then followed some signs, "This way for the guided tours," and came to a small hut near the main building. "Visitors' waiting room." After knocking politely on the door, he went in. There were 6 other people in the waiting room. There was a fat mother with her 2 little boys, aged about 9 and 11. There was a bright-eyed young couple, and there was a pale woman with long white gloves, looking straight ahead, with her hands folded in front of her. Nobody spoke. Lexington wondered whether they were all writing cookbooks like himself. But when he put this question to them aloud, he got no answer. They just shook their heads and smiled. Soon the door opened, and a man with a pink face came into the room and said, "Next, please." The mother and the 2 boys got up and went out. About 10 minutes later, the same man returned. "Next, please," he said again, and the couple stood up and followed him outside. 2 new visitors came in and sat down, a middle-aged husband and a middle-aged wife, the wife carrying a basket. "Next, please," said the guide, and the woman with the long gloves got up and left. Several more people came in and took their places on the wooden chairs. Soon the guide returned for the 3rd time, and now it was Lexington's turn to go outside. "Follow me, please," the guide said, leading the youth across the yard towards the main building. "How exciting this is!" Lexington cried. First, they visited a big area at the back of the building where several hundred pigs were wandering around. "Here's where they start," the guide said, "and over there is where they go in." "Where?" "Right there." The guide pointed to a long wooden shed that stood against the outside wall of the factory. "This way, please." 3 men wearing long rubber boots were taking a dozen pigs into the shed just as Lexington and the guide arrived, so they all went in together. "Now," the guide said, "watch how they catch them." Inside, the shed was simply a bare wooden room with no roof, but there was a metal wire with hooks on it that kept moving slowly along the length of one wall. When it reached the end of the hut, it suddenly changed direction and climbed upwards through the open roof towards the top floor of the main building. The 12 pigs were brought together at the far end of the hut. They stood quietly and looked anxious. One of the men in rubber boots pulled a length of metal chain down from the wall and advanced upon the nearest animal from the back. Then he bent down and quickly put one end of the chain around one of the animal's back legs. The other end he put on a hook on the moving wire as it went by. The wire kept moving and the chain tightened. The pig's leg was pulled up and back, and the pig itself began to be dragged backwards until it reached the end of the hut, where the wire changed direction and went upwards. The creature was suddenly pulled off its feet and was carried up. The pig's cries filled the air. "Truly interesting," Lexington said. The rubber-booted men were busy catching the rest of the pigs, and one after another the animals were hooked onto the moving wire and carried up through the roof, crying loudly as they went. At this point, while Lexington was staring upwards at the last pig, a man in rubber boots came up quietly behind him and put one end of a chain around the youth's own leg, hooking the other end of the chain to the moving belt. The next moment, before he had time to realize what was happening, Lexington was pulled off his feet and dragged backwards along the floor of the hut. "Stop!" he cried. "Stop everything! My leg is caught!" But nobody seemed to hear him. And 5 seconds later the unhappy young man was pulled off the floor and lifted up through the open roof of the hut, upside down, hanging like a fish. "Help!" he shouted. "Help! There's been a mistake! Stop the engine! Let me down!" The guide took a cigarette out of his mouth and looked up at the youth hanging from the chain, but he said nothing. The men in rubber boots were already on their way out to collect the next pigs. "Oh, save me!" Lexington cried. "Let me down! Please let me down!" But he was now nearing the top floor of the building, where the moving belt entered a large hole in the wall, a kind of doorway without a door. And there, waiting to greet him, in dark-stained rubber clothes, the slaughterer stood. Lexington saw him only from upside down and very quickly, but he noticed the expression of absolute peace on the man's face, the cheerfulness in his eyes, and the little smile. All these things gave him hope. "Hi there," the man said, smiling. "Quick! Save me!" Lexington cried. "With pleasure," the man said, and taking Lexington gently by one ear with his left hand, he raised his right hand and quickly cut the boy's throat with a knife. The belt moved on. Lexington went with it. Everything was still upside down, and the blood was pouring out of his throat and getting into his eyes, but he could still see a little. He thought he was in a very long room, and at the far end of the room there was a great smoking pot of water, and there were dark figures half hidden in the steam. These figures were dancing round the edge of the pot, and they were holding long sticks. The belt seemed to be travelling right over the top of the pot, and the pigs seemed to be dropping down one by one into the boiling water. And one of the pigs seemed to be wearing long white gloves on its front feet. Suddenly Lexington started to feel very sleepy, but it was not until his good, strong heart had pumped the last drop of blood from his body that he passed out of this, the best of all possible worlds, into the next.
By Roald Dahl. Mr. and Mrs. Bixby lived in a smallish flat somewhere in New York City. Mr. Bixby was a dentist who earned an average income. Mrs. Bixby was a big, active woman with a wet mouth. Once a month, always on Friday afternoons, Mrs. Bixby would get on the train at Pennsylvania Station and travel to Baltimore to visit her old aunt. She would spend the night with the aunt and return to New York City on the following day, in time to cook supper for her husband. Mr. Bixby accepted this arrangement good-naturedly. He knew that Aunt Maud lived in Baltimore, and that his wife was very fond of the old lady. And certainly it would be unreasonable to refuse either of them the pleasure of a monthly meeting. "But you mustn't ever expect me to come too," Mr. Bixby had said in the beginning. "Of course not, darling," Mrs. Bixby had answered. "After all, she's not your aunt. She's mine." So far, so good. As it turned out, though, the aunt was only a convenient excuse for Mrs. Bixby. The real purpose of her trips was to visit a gentleman known as the Colonel, and she spent the greater part of her time in Baltimore in his company. The Colonel was very wealthy. He lived in an attractive house on the edge of the town. He had no wife and no family, only a few loyal servants, and in Mrs. Bixby's absence, he amused himself by riding his horses and hunting. Year after year, this pleasant friendship between Mrs. Bixby and the Colonel continued without a problem. They met so rarely, 12 times a year is not much when you think about it, that there was little or no chance of their growing bored with one another. The opposite was true. The long wait between meetings made them fonder, and each separate occasion became an exciting reunion. 8 years went by. It was just before Christmas, and Mrs. Bixby was standing on the station in Baltimore, waiting for the train to take her back to New York. This particular visit, which had just ended, had been more than usually pleasant, and Mrs. Bixby was feeling cheerful. But then the Colonel's company always made her feel cheerful these days. The man had a way of making her feel that she was a rather special woman. How very different from her dentist husband at home, who only succeeded in making her feel that she was a sufferer from continuous toothache, someone who lived in the waiting room, silent among the magazines. "The Colonel asked me to give you this," a voice beside her said. She turned and saw Wilkins, one of the Colonel's servants, a small man with grey skin. He pushed a large, flat box into her arms. "Good heavens," she cried. "What a big box. What is it, Wilkins? Was there a message? Did he send me a message?" "No message," the servant said, and he walked away. As soon as she was on the train, Mrs. Bixby carried the box into the ladies' room and locked the door. How exciting this was! A Christmas present from the Colonel. She started to undo the string. "I'll bet it's a dress," she thought. "It might even be 2 dresses. Or it might be a whole lot of beautiful underclothes. I won't look. I'll just feel around and try to guess what it is. I'll try to guess the colour as well, and exactly what it looks like. Also, how much it cost." She shut her eyes and slowly lifted off the lid. Then she carefully put one hand into the box. There was some paper on top. She could feel it and hear it. There was also an envelope, or card of some sort. She ignored this and began feeling under the paper, her fingers reaching out delicately. "My God," she cried suddenly. "It can't be true." She opened her eyes wide and looked at the coat. Then she seized it and lifted it out of the box. The thick fur made a wonderful noise against the paper, and when she held it up and saw it hanging to its full length, it was so beautiful it took her breath away. She had never seen mink like this before. It was mink, wasn't it? Yes, of course it was. But what a beautiful colour. The fur was almost pure black. At first, she thought it was black, but when she held it closer to the window, she saw that there was a touch of blue in it as well, a deep, rich blue. But what could it have cost? She hardly dared to think. $4, $5, $6,000. Possibly more. She just couldn't take her eyes off it. Nor, for that matter, could she wait to try it on. Quickly, she slipped off her own plain red coat. She was breathing fast now. She couldn't help it, and her eyes were stretched very wide. But oh God, the feel of that fur. The great black coat seemed to slide onto her almost by itself, like a second skin. It was the strangest feeling. She looked into the mirror. It was wonderful. Her whole personality had suddenly changed completely. She looked wonderful, beautiful, rich and sexy, all at the same time. And the sense of power that it gave her. In this coat, she could walk into any place she wanted, and people would come running around her like rabbits. The whole thing was just too wonderful for words. Mrs. Bixby picked up the envelope that was still lying in the box. She opened it and pulled out the Colonel's letter. I once heard you saying that you were fond of mink, so I got you this. I'm told it's a good one. Please accept it with my sincere good wishes as a parting present. For my own personal reasons, I shall not be able to see you any more. Goodbye, and good luck. Well, imagine that. Just when she was feeling so happy. No more Colonel. What a terrible shock. She would miss him terribly. Slowly, Mrs. Bixby began stroking the soft, black fur of the coat. She had lost one thing, but gained another. She smiled and folded the letter, meaning to tear it up and throw it out of the window. But while she was folding it, she noticed that there was something written on the other side. Just tell them that nice, generous aunt of yours gave it to you for Christmas. The smile on Mrs. Bixby's face suddenly disappeared. The man must be crazy, she cried. Aunt Maud doesn't have that sort of money. She couldn't possibly give me this. But if Aunt Maud didn't give it to her, then who did? Oh, God. In the excitement of finding the coat and trying it on, she had completely ignored this important detail. In a few hours she would be in New York. 10 minutes after that she would be home, and her husband would be there to greet her. And even a man like Cyril, living in the dark world of tooth decay and fillings and root treatments, would start asking a few questions if his wife suddenly walked in from a weekend wearing a $6,000 mink coat. You know what I think? She told herself. I think that Colonel has done this on purpose just to drive me crazy. He knew perfectly well that Aunt Maud didn't have enough money to buy this. He knew I wouldn't be able to keep it, she told herself. But the thought of parting with it now was more than Mrs. Bixby could bear. I've got to have this coat, she said out loud. I've got to have this coat. I've got to have this coat. Very well, my dear. You shall have this coat. But don't worry. Sit still and keep calm and start thinking. You're a clever girl, aren't you? You've tricked him before. The man has never been able to see much further than the end of his own instruments. So sit completely still and think. There's lots of time. 2.5 hours later, Mrs. Bixby stepped off the train at Pennsylvania Station and walked quickly out into the street. She was wearing her old red coat again now and was carrying the box in her arms. She signalled for a taxi. "Driver," she said, "do you know of a pawnbroker that's still open around here?" The man behind the wheel looked back at her, amused. "There are plenty of them in this area," he answered. "Stop at the first one you see then. Will you please?" She got in and was driven away. Soon the taxi stopped outside a pawnbroker's shop. "Wait for me, please," Mrs. Bixby said to the driver, and she got out of the taxi and entered the shop. "Yes?" the owner said from a dark place in the back of the shop. "Oh, good evening," Mrs. Bixby said. She began to untie the string around the box. "Isn't it silly of me? I've lost my handbag, and as this is Saturday, all the banks are closed until Monday, and I've simply got to have some money for the weekend. This is quite a valuable coat, but I'm not asking much. I only want to borrow enough on it to help me until Monday." The man waited and said nothing. But when she pulled out the mink and allowed the beautiful thick fur to fall over the counter, he came over to look at it. He picked it up and held it out in front of him. "If only I had a watch on me or a ring," Mrs. Bixby said, "I'd give you that instead. But I don't have a thing with me except this coat." She spread out her fingers for him to see. "It looks new," the man said, stroking the soft fur. "Oh, yes it is. But as I said, I only want to borrow enough money to help me until Monday. How about $50? I'll lend you $50. It's worth 100 times more than that, but I know you'll take good care of it until I return." The man went over to a drawer and brought out a ticket and placed it on the counter. The ticket had a row of small holes across the middle, so that it could be torn in two, and both halves were exactly the same. "Name?" he asked. "Leave that out. And the address." She saw the man pause, and she saw the pen waiting over the dotted line. "You don't have to put the name and address, do you?" The man shook his head, and the pen moved on down to the next line. "It's just that I'd rather not," Mrs. Bixby said. "It's purely personal." "You'd better not lose this ticket, then." "I won't lose it." "Do you realize that anyone who gets hold of this ticket can come in and claim the coat?" "Yes, I know that." "What do you want me to put for a description?" "No description either. Thank you. It's not necessary. Just put the amount I'm borrowing." The pen paused again, waiting over the dotted line beside the word description. "I think you ought to put a description. A description is always a help if you want to sell the ticket. You never know. You might want to sell it sometime." "I don't want to sell it." "You might have to. Lots of people do." "Look," Mrs. Bixby said, "I'm not poor, if that's what you mean. I simply lost my bag. Don't you understand?" "It's your coat," the man said. At this point, an unpleasant thought struck Mrs. Bixby. "Tell me something," she said. "If I don't have a description on my ticket, how can I be sure that you'll give me back the coat and not something else when I return?" "It goes in the books." "But all I've got is a number. So actually you could hand me any old thing you wanted. Isn't that so?" "Do you want a description or don't you?" the man asked. "No," she said. "I trust you." The man wrote $50 opposite the word value on both parts of the ticket. Then he tore it in half down the middle and gave one half to Mrs. Bixby. Then he gave her 5 $10 notes. "The interest is 3% a month," he said. "All right. Thank you. You'll take good care of it, won't you?" The man said nothing. Mrs. Bixby turned and went out of the shop onto the street where the taxi was waiting. 10 minutes later, she was home. "Darling," she said, as she bent over and kissed her husband, "did you miss me?" Cyril Bixby laid down the evening newspaper and looked at the watch on his wrist. "It's 12.5 minutes past 6, he said. "You're a bit late, aren't you?" "I know. It's those terrible trains. Aunt Maud send you her love as usual. I need a drink. What about you?" Her husband folded his newspaper neatly and went over to the drinks cupboard. His wife remained in the centre of the room, watching him carefully, wondering how long she ought to wait. He had his back to her now, bending forward to measure the drinks. He was putting his face right up close to the measurer and looking into it as though it were a patient's mouth. "See what I've bought for measuring the drinks?" he said, holding up a measuring glass. "I can get it to the nearest drop with this." Darling, how clever. "I really must try to make him change the way he dresses," she told herself. "His suits are just too silly." There had been a time when she thought they were wonderful, those old-fashioned jackets and narrow trousers, but now they simply seemed silly. You had to have a special sort of face to wear things like that, and Cyril just didn't have it. It was a fact that in the office he always greeted female patients with his white coat unbuttoned so that they could see his clothes beneath. In some strange way, this was clearly meant to give the idea that he was a bit of a ladies' man. But Mrs. Bixby knew better. It meant nothing. "Thank you, darling," she said, taking the drink and seating herself in an armchair with her handbag on her knees. "And what did you do last night?" "I stayed on in the office and did some work. I got my accounts up to date." "Now really, Cyril, it's time you let other people do your paperwork for you. You're much too important for that sort of thing." "I prefer to do everything myself." "I know you do, darling, and I think it's wonderful. But I don't want you to get too tired. Why doesn't that Pulteney woman do the accounts? That's part of her job, isn't it?" "She does do them, but I have to decide on the prices first. She doesn't know who's rich and who isn't." "This drink is perfect," Mrs. Bixby said, setting down her glass on the side table. "Quite perfect." She opened her bag as if to look for something. "Oh, look," she cried, seeing the ticket. "I forgot to show you this. I found it just now on the seat of my taxi. It's got a number on it, and I thought it might be worth having, so I kept it." She handed the small piece of stiff brown paper to her husband, who took it in his fingers and began examining it closely, as if it were a problem tooth. "You know what this is?" he said slowly. "No, dear, I don't." "It's a pawn ticket." "A what?" "A ticket from a pawnbroker's. Here's the name and address of the shop." "Oh dear, I am disappointed. I was hoping it might be a ticket for a horse race or something." "There's no reason to be disappointed," Cyril Bixby said. As a matter of fact, this could be rather amusing." "Why could it be amusing, darling?" He began explaining to her exactly how a pawn ticket worked, and particularly that anyone possessing the ticket could claim whatever it was. She listened patiently until he had finished. "You think it's worth claiming?" she asked. "I think it's worth finding out what it is. You see this figure of $50 that's written here? Do you know what it means?" "No, dear. What does it mean?" "It means that the thing in question is almost certain to be something quite valuable." "You mean it'll be worth $50? More like 500. 500? "Don't you understand?" he said. "A pawnbroker never gives you more than about 1/10 of the real value." "Good heavens! I never knew that. There's a lot of things you don't know, my dear. Now you listen to me, as there's no name and address of the owner. But surely there's something to say who it belongs to." "Not a thing. People often do that. They don't want anyone to know they've been to a pawnbroker. They're ashamed of it." "Then you think we can keep it?" "Of course we can keep it. This is now our ticket." "You mean my ticket?" Mrs. Bixby said firmly. "I found it." "My dear girl, what does it matter? The important thing is that we are now in a position to go and claim it any time we like for only $50. How about that?" "Oh, what fun!" she cried. "I think it's very exciting, especially when we don't even know what it is. It could be anything. Isn't that right, Cyril? Anything at all." "Certainly it could, although it's most likely to be either a ring or a watch. But wouldn't it be wonderful if it was something really valuable?" "We can't know what it is yet, my dear. We shall just have to wait and see." "I think it's wonderful. Give me the ticket and I'll rush over early on Monday morning and find out." "I think I'd better do that." "Oh, no," she cried. "Let me do it." "I think not. I'll collect it on my way to work." "But it's my ticket. Please let me do it, Cyril. Why should you have all the fun?" "You don't know these pawnbrokers, my dear. You could get cheated." "I wouldn't get cheated. Honestly, I wouldn't. Give the ticket to me, please." "Also, you have to have $50, he said, smiling. "You have to pay out $50 in cash before they'll give it to you." "I've got that," she said, "I think. I'd rather you didn't handle it, if you don't mind. But Cyril, I found it. Whatever it is, it's mine. Isn't that right?" "Of course it's yours, my dear. There's no need to get so annoyed about it." "I'm not. I'm just excited, that's all." "I suppose you haven't thought that this might be something particularly male? It isn't only women that go to pawnbrokers, you know." "In that case, I'll give it to you for Christmas," Mrs. Bixby said generously. "With pleasure. But, if it's a woman's thing, I want it myself. Is that agreed?" "That sounds very fair. Why don't you come with me when I collect it?" Mrs. Bixby was about to say yes to this, but stopped herself just in time. She had no wish to be greeted like an old customer by the pawnbroker in her husband's presence. "No," she said slowly. "I don't think I will. You see, it'll be even more exciting if I stay here and wait. Oh, I do hope it isn't going to be something that neither of us wants." "You've got a point there," he said. "If I don't think it's worth $50, I won't even take it." "But you said it would be worth 500. I'm quite sure it will. Don't worry. Oh, Cyril, I can hardly wait. Isn't it exciting? It's amusing, he said, slipping the ticket into his jacket pocket. There's no doubt about that. Monday morning came at last, and after breakfast, Mrs. Bixby followed her husband to the door and helped him on with his coat. Don't work too hard, darling, she said. Home at 6? I hope so. Are you going to have time to go to that pawnbroker? She asked. My God, I forgot all about it. I'll take a taxi and go there now. It's on my way. You haven't lost the ticket, have you? I hope not, he said, feeling in his jacket pocket. No. Here it is. And you have enough money? Yes. Darling, she said, standing close to him and straightening his tie, which was perfectly straight. If it happens to be something nice, something you think I might like, will you telephone me as soon as you get to the office? If you want me to, yes. You know, I'm hoping it'll be something for you, Cyril. I'd much rather it was for you than for me. That's very generous of you, my dear. Now I must hurry. About an hour later, when the telephone rang, Mrs. Bixby was across the room so fast she had the receiver to her ear before the first ring had finished. I've got it, he said. You have? Oh, Cyril, what was it? Was it something good? Good, he cried. It's wonderful. You wait until you see this. You'll faint. Darling, what is it? Tell me quickly. You're a lucky girl. That's what you are. It's for me, then? Of course it's for you. Though I can't understand how the pawnbroker only paid $50 for it. Someone's crazy. Cyril, tell me. I can't bear it. You'll go crazy when you see it. What is it? Try to guess. Mrs. Bixby paused. Be careful, she told herself. Be very careful now. A diamond ring? She said. Wrong? What then? I'll help you. It's something you can wear. Something I can wear? You mean like a hat? No, it's not a hat, he said, laughing. Cyril, why don't you tell me? Because I want it to be a surprise. I'll bring it home with me this evening. No, you won't, she cried. I'm coming right down there to get it now. I'd rather you didn't do that. Don't be silly, darling. Why shouldn't I come? Because I'm too busy. I'm half an hour behind already. Then I'll come in the lunch hour. All right? I'm not having a lunch hour. Oh, well, come at 1:30 then, while I'm having a sandwich. Goodbye. At 1:30 exactly, Mrs. Bixby arrived at Mr. Bixby's place of business and rang the bell. Her husband, in his white dentist's coat, opened the door himself. Oh, Cyril, I'm so excited. So you should be. You're a lucky girl. Did you know that? He led her down the passage and into his room. Go and have your lunch, Miss Pulteney, he said to his secretary, who was busy putting instruments away. You can finish that when you come back. He waited until the girl had gone. Then he walked over to a cupboard that he used for hanging up his clothes and stood in front of it, pointing with his finger. It's in there, he said. Now shut your eyes. Mrs. Bixby did as she was told. Then she took a deep breath and held it. And in the silence that followed, she could hear him opening the cupboard door, and there was a soft sound as he pulled something out from among the other things hanging there. All right, you can look. I don't dare to, she said, laughing. Go on. Have a look. She opened one eye just a little, just enough to give her a dark, misty view of the man standing there in his white coat, holding something up in the air. Mink, he cried. Real mink. At the sound of the magic word, she opened her eyes quickly, and at the same time, she actually started forward in order to seize the coat in her arms. But there was no coat. There was only a stupid little fur neckpiece hanging from her husband's hand. Just look at that, he said, waving it in front of her face. Mrs. Bixby put a hand up to her mouth and started backing away. I'm going to scream, she told herself. I just know it. I'm going to scream. What's the matter, my dear? Don't you like it? He stopped waving the fur and stood looking at her, waiting for her to say something. Why, yes, she said slowly. I think it's lovely. Really lovely. It quite took your breath away for a moment, didn't it? Yes, it did. Very good quality, he said. Fine colour, too. Do you know how much this would cost in a shop? $200 or $300 at least. I don't doubt it. There were two skins. Two narrow, dirty-looking skins, with a head still on them and little feet hanging down. One of them had the end of the other in its mouth, biting it. Here, he said. Try it on. He leaned forward and hung the thing around her neck, then stepped back to admire it. It's perfect. It really suits you. It isn't everyone who has mink, my dear. No, it isn't. You'd better leave it behind when you go shopping, or they'll all think we're rich and start charging us double. I'll try to remember that, Cyril. I'm afraid you mustn't expect anything else for Christmas. $50 was rather more than I was going to spend. He turned away and went over to the sink and began washing his hands. Go and buy yourself a nice lunch now, my dear. I'd take you out myself, but I've got old man Gorman in the waiting room. There's a problem with his false teeth. Mrs. Bixby moved towards the door. I'm going to kill that pawnbroker, she told herself. I'm going right back there to the shop this very minute, and I'm going to throw this dirty neckpiece right in his face. And if he refuses to give me back my coat, I'm going to kill him. Did I tell you that I was going to be late home tonight? Cyril Bixby said, still washing his hands. It'll probably be at least 8:30 the way things look at the moment. It may even be 9. Yes, all right. Goodbye. Mrs. Bixby went out, banging the door shut behind her. At that moment, Miss Pulteney, the secretary, came sailing past her down the passage on her way to lunch. Isn't it a beautiful day? Miss Pulteney said as she went by, flashing a smile. She was walking in a very proud and confident manner, and she looked like a queen, just exactly like a queen in the beautiful black mink coat that the Colonel had given to Mrs. Bixby. It was a warm summer evening, and Klausner walked quickly through the front gate, around the side of the house and into the garden at the back. He went down the garden until he came to a wooden hut. Then he unlocked the door, stepped inside, and closed the door behind him. The inside of the hut was an unpainted room. Against one wall, on the left, there was a long wooden work surface, and on it, among a lot of wires and small sharp tools, stood a black box about 3 feet long. Klausner moved across the room to the box. The top of the box was open, and he bent down and began to look inside it, among the different coloured wires and silver tubes. He picked up a piece of paper that lay beside the box, studied it carefully, put it down, looked inside the box and started running his fingers along the wires, pulling at them gently to test the connections. He looked back at the paper, then into the box, then at the paper again, checking each wire. He did this for perhaps an hour. Then he put his hand around to the front of the box, where there were 3 dials, and he began to turn them. At the same time, he watched the movement of the machine inside the box. As he did so, he kept speaking softly to himself. His fingers were moving quickly and carefully inside the box. His mouth was twisting into strange shapes when a thing was delicate or difficult to do, and he was saying, "Yes, yes, and now this one. Yes. But is this right? Is it? Where's my plan? Ah, yes. Of course. Yes, that's right." His attention was impressive. His movements were quick. There was an urgency about the way he worked, of breathlessness, of strong, controlled excitement. Suddenly, he heard footsteps on the path outside, and he straightened and turned quickly as the door opened and a tall man came in. It was Scott. It was only Scott, the doctor. "So this is where you hide yourself in the evenings," the doctor said. "Hello, Scott," Klausner said. "I was just passing," the doctor told him. "So I came to see how you are. There was no one in the house, so I came on down here. How's your throat been behaving?" "It's all right. It's fine." "Now that I'm here, I might as well have a look at it." "Please don't trouble yourself. I'm quite cured. I'm fine." The doctor began to feel the tension in the room. He looked at the black box on the work surface. Then he looked at the man. "What's this?" he said. "Making a radio?" "No, I'm just playing around." "It's got rather complicated-looking insides." "Yes." Klausner's mind seemed to be on something else. "What is it?" the doctor asked. "It's rather a frightening-looking thing, isn't it?" "It's just an idea." "Yes?" "It has to do with sound, that's all." "Good heavens, man. Don't you get enough of that sort of thing every day at work?" "I like sound." "So it seems." The doctor went to the door, turned and said, "Well, I won't interrupt you. I'm glad your throat's not worrying you any more." But he kept standing there looking at the box, anxious to know what this strange patient of his was doing. "What's it really for?" he asked. "You've got me interested now." Klausner looked down at the box, then at the doctor, and he reached up and began to rub his right ear gently. There was a pause. The doctor stood by the door, waiting, smiling. "All right. I'll tell you." There was another pause, and the doctor could see that Klausner was having trouble deciding how to begin. "Well, it's like this. The idea is very simple, really. The human ear, you know that it can't hear everything. There are sounds so high or so low that the ear can't hear them. Yes, said the doctor. Yes. Well, any note which is so high that it has more than 15,000 vibrations a second can't be heard. Dogs have better ears than us. A dog could hear it. There are whistles which can only be heard by dogs. Yes, I've seen one. Of course you have. And up the scale, higher than the note of that whistle, there's another note. You can't hear that one either. And above that there is another and another, rising right up the scale for ever and ever and ever. There's a note that's so high that it vibrates 1,000,000 times a second, and another 1,000,000 times as high as that, and on, higher and higher, as far as numbers go, beyond the stars. Klausner was becoming more excited every moment. He was a small man, weak and nervous, and his hands were always moving. His large head leaned towards his left shoulder, as if his neck were not quite strong enough to support it. His face was smooth and pale, almost white, and the pale grey eyes behind his steel glasses had a distant, confused look. The doctor, looking at that strange pale face and those pale grey eyes, felt that there was a quality of distance about this little person. It was as if the mind were far from where the body was. The doctor waited for him to go on. Klausner spoke slowly. I believe that there is a whole world of sound around us, all the time, that we cannot hear. It is possible that up there in those areas where sounds are so high we can't hear them, there is a new, exciting music being made. A music so powerful that it would drive us crazy if only our ears were tuned to hear it. There may be anything. For all we know, there may be... Yes, the doctor said, but it's not very likely. Why not? Why not? Klausner pointed to a fly sitting on a piece of wire on the work surface. You see that fly? What sort of noise is that fly making now? None that we can hear. But the creature may be whistling or singing a song. It's got a mouth, hasn't it? It's got a throat. The doctor looked at the fly, and he smiled. He was still standing by the door with his hand on the door handle. Well, he said, so you're going to check that? Some time ago, Klausner said, I made a simple instrument that proved to me the existence of many sounds which we cannot hear. I have often sat and watched the needle of my instrument recording the presence of sound vibrations in the air when I myself could hear nothing. And those are the sounds I want to listen to. I want to know where they come from and who or what is making them. And is that machine on the table there going to allow you to hear those noises? It may. Who knows? So far, I've had no luck. But I've made some changes in it, and tonight I'm ready to try it again. This machine, he said, touching it with his hands, is designed to pick up sound vibrations that are too high for the human ear and to make it possible for us to hear them. I tune the machine in, almost like a radio. The doctor looked at the long black box. And you're going to try tonight? Yes. Well, I wish you luck. He looked at his watch. I must go now, he said. Goodbye, and thank you for telling me. I must call again sometime and find out what happened. The doctor went out and closed the door behind him. For a little longer, Klausner worked on the wires in the black box. Then he straightened up, and in a soft, excited whisper said, "Now we'll try again. We'll take it out into the garden this time, and then perhaps, lift it up now. Carefully. Oh my God, it's heavy." He carried the box to the door, found that he couldn't open the door without putting it down, carried it back, put it on the work surface, opened the door, and then carried it with some difficulty into the garden. He placed the box carefully on a small wooden table that stood on the grass. He went back inside the hut and got a pair of earphones. He connected these to the machine and then put them over his ears. The movements of his hands were quick and exact. He breathed in and out through his mouth in quick, loud breaths of excitement. He kept on talking to himself with little words of comfort and encouragement, as if he were afraid. Afraid that the machine might not work, and afraid also of what might happen if it did. He stood there in the garden, beside the wooden table, so pale, small and thin that he looked like a sick child. The sun had gone down. There was no wind, no sound at all. From where he stood, he could see over a low fence into the next garden, and there was a woman walking down the garden with a flower basket on her arm. He watched her for a time without thinking about her at all. Then he turned to the box on the table and pressed a button on its front. He put his left hand on the controls and his right hand on the button that moved a needle across a large central dial, like the wavelength dial of a radio. The dial was marked with many numbers, starting at 15,000 and going on up to 1,000,000. And now he was bending forward over the machine. The needle was travelling slowly across the dial, so slowly that he could hardly see it move, and in the earphones he could hear a faint noise. Behind this noise he could hear the sound of the machine itself, but that was all. As he listened, he became conscious of a strange feeling that his ears were stretching out, away from his head. It felt as if each ear were connected to his head by a thin, stiff wire, and that the wires were getting longer, that his ears were going up and up towards a secret and forbidden land, a dangerous world of sound where ears had never been before and had no right to be. The needle moved slowly across the dial, and suddenly he heard a scream. A terrible scream, and he jumped and caught hold of the edge of the table. He looked quickly around him, as if he expected to see the person who had screamed. There was no one in sight except the woman in the garden next door, and she had not screamed. She was bending down, cutting yellow roses and putting them into her basket. Again it came. A throatless, inhuman scream, sharp and short, very clear and cold. The note itself had a hard metallic quality that he had never heard before. Klausner looked around him, trying to see where the noise had come from. The woman next door was the only living thing in sight. He saw her reach down, take a rose stem in the fingers of one hand, and cut the stem with a pair of scissors. Again, he heard the scream. It came at the exact moment when the rose stem was cut. At this point, the woman straightened up, put the scissors into the basket with the roses, and turned to walk away. "Mrs. Saunders!" Klausner shouted, his voice high with excitement. "Oh, Mrs. Saunders!" And looking round, the woman saw her neighbour standing in his garden. He was wearing earphones and was waving his arms and calling to her in a voice so high and loud that she became frightened. "Cut another one. Please, cut another one quickly." She stood still, looking at him. "Why, Mr. Klausner," she said. "What's the matter?" "Please, do as I ask," he said. "Cut just one more rose." Mrs. Saunders had always believed her neighbour to be a rather strange person. Now it seemed that he had gone completely crazy. She wondered whether she should run into the house and get her husband. No, she thought. No, he's harmless. I'll just do as he asks. "Certainly, Mr. Klausner, if you like," she said. She took her scissors from the basket, bent down, and cut another rose. Again, Klausner heard that terrible, throatless scream in the earphones. Again it came at the exact moment the rose stem was cut. He took off the earphones and ran to the fence that separated the two gardens. "All right," he said, "that's enough. No more. Please, no more." The woman stood there, a yellow rose in one hand, scissors in the other. She looked at him. "I'm going to tell you something, Mrs. Saunders," he said. "Something that you won't believe. You have this evening cut a basket full of roses. You have cut through the stems of living things with sharp scissors, and each rose that you cut screamed in the most terrible way. Did you know that, Mrs. Saunders?" "No," she said. "I certainly didn't know that." "I heard them screaming. Each time you cut one, I heard the cry of pain." "Did you really, Mr. Klausner?" She decided she would make a run for the house in about 5 seconds. "You might say," he went on, "that a rose bush has no nervous system to feel with, no throat to cry with. You'd be right. It hasn't. But how do you know, Mrs. Saunders?" And here he leaned far over the fence and spoke in an angry whisper. "How do you know that a rose bush doesn't feel as much pain when someone cuts its stem as you would feel if someone cut your wrist off with a large pair of garden scissors? How do you know that? It's alive, isn't it?" "Yes, Mr. Klausner. Oh, yes. And good night." Quickly, she turned and ran up the garden to her house. Klausner went back to the table. He put the earphones on and stood for a moment while listening. He could still hear the faint sound of the machine, but nothing more. He bent down and took hold of a small white flower growing up through the grass. He took it between his thumb and first finger and slowly pulled it upward and sideways until the stem broke. From the moment that he started pulling to the moment when the stem broke, he heard a faint cry. Did the noise express pain, or surprise, or did it express a feeling unknown to human beings? He stood up and took off the earphones. It was getting dark. He carefully picked up the black box, carried it into the hut, and put it on the work surface. Then he went out, locked the door, and walked up to the house. The next morning, Klausner was up as soon as it was light. He dressed and went straight to the hut. He picked up the machine and carried it outside. He went past the house, out through the front gate, and across the road to the park. There he paused and looked around him. Then he went on until he came to a large tree, and he placed the machine on the ground close to the trunk of the tree. Quickly, he went back to the house and got an axe and carried it across the road into the park. He put the axe on the ground beside the tree. Then he looked around him again, his eyes moving nervously in every direction. There was no one about. It was 6 a.m. He put the earphones on his head and turned on the machine. He listened for a moment to its faint, familiar sound. Then he picked up the axe, stood with his legs wide apart, and swung the axe as hard as he could at the base of the tree trunk. The blade cut deep into the wood and stuck there. And at that moment, he heard the strangest noise in the earphones. It was a new noise, unlike any he had heard before. A large, noteless, low, screaming sound, not quick and short like the sound of the roses. It lasted for a minute, loudest at the moment when the axe struck, getting gradually fainter and fainter until it was gone. Klausner looked in shock at the place where the blade of the axe had sunk into the wood of the tree. Then gently, he took the axe handle, worked the blade loose, and threw the thing to the ground. With his fingers, he touched the wound that the axe had made in the wood, touching the edges of the wound, trying to press them together to close the wound, and he kept saying, "Tree, oh tree, I am sorry. I am sorry. But it will get better. It will get better." For a while, he stood there with his hands on the trunk of the great tree. Then suddenly, he turned away and hurried off out of the park, across the road, back into his house. He went to the telephone, looked in the phone book, dialed a number, and waited. He held the receiver tightly in his left hand and tapped the table impatiently with his right. Then he heard a man's voice, a sleepy voice, saying, "Hello? Yes? Dr. Scott?" he said. "Yes, speaking." "Dr. Scott, you must come immediately. Quickly, please." "Who is it speaking?" "Klausner here. Do you remember what I told you last night about my experience with sound, and how I hoped I might—" Yes, of course. But what's the matter? Are you ill?" "No, I'm not ill, but—" "It's 6:30 a.m, the doctor said. "And you call me, but you are not ill?" "Please come. Come quickly. I want someone to hear it. It's driving me crazy. I can't believe it." The doctor heard the uncontrolled note in the man's voice. It was the same note as he was used to hearing in the voices of people who called and said, "There's been an accident. Come quickly." He said slowly, "You really want me to get out of bed and come over now?" "Yes, now. Immediately. Please." "All right then. I'll come." Klausner sat down beside the telephone and waited. He tried to remember what the scream of the tree had sounded like, but he couldn't. He could remember only that it had been loud and terrible, and had made him feel sick with shock. He tried to imagine what sort of noise a human would make if he had to stand fixed to the ground while someone deliberately swung a small, sharp thing at his leg so that the blade cut in deep. The same noise? No, quite different. The noise of the tree was worse than any known human noise because of that frightening, throatless quality. He heard the front gate being opened, and he went out and saw the tall doctor coming down the path. He was carrying a little black bag in his hand. "Well," the doctor said, "what's the trouble?" "Come with me, Doctor. I want you to hear it. I called you because you're the only one I've told. It's over the road in the park. Will you come now?" The doctor looked at him. He seemed calmer now. There was no sign of him being mentally unbalanced. He was just upset and excited. They went across the road into the park, and Klausner led the way to the great tree at the foot of which stood the long black box. "Now please, put on these earphones and listen. Listen carefully and tell me afterwards exactly what you hear. I want to be quite sure." The doctor smiled and took the earphones and put them over his ears. Klausner bent down and turned on the machine. Then he picked up the axe, ready to swing. For a moment he paused. "Can you hear anything?" he said to the doctor. "Just a faint sound from the machine." Klausner stood there with the axe in his hands. He lifted it and swung it at the tree. As he swung it, he thought he could feel a movement of the ground on which he stood. It felt as if the tree's roots were moving under the soil. But it was too late to stop the blow, and the axe blade struck the tree and went deep into the wood. At that moment, high above them, there was a cracking sound of wood breaking, and the sound of leaves brushing against other leaves, and they both looked up, and the doctor cried, "Watch out! Run, man! Quickly! Run!" The doctor had pulled off the earphones, and was running away fast, but Klausner stood rooted to the spot, looking up, wide-eyed at the great branch, 18 meters long at least, that was bending slowly downwards. It was breaking at its thickest point, where it joined the trunk of the tree. The branch came crashing down, and Klausner jumped to one side just in time. It fell on the machine and broke it into pieces. "Good heavens!" shouted the doctor as he came running back. "I thought it had hit you." Klausner was looking up at the tree. His large head was leaning to one side, and on his smooth white face there was an expression of terror. Slowly, he walked up to the tree and gently removed the blade from the trunk. "Did you hear it?" he said, turning to the doctor. The doctor was still out of breath from running and the excitement. "Hear what?" "In the earphones. Did you hear anything when the axe struck?" The doctor began to rub the back of his neck. "Well," he said, "I think—" He paused and bit his lower lip. "No, I'm not sure. I couldn't be sure. I don't suppose I had the earphones on for more than a second after the axe struck." He was speaking quickly, rather crossly. Yes, but what did you hear?" "I don't know," the doctor said. "I don't know what I heard. Probably the noise of the branch breaking." "What did it sound like? Exactly what did it sound like?" asked Klausner, looking hard at the doctor. "How could I tell, with half the tree falling on me? I had to run for my life." The doctor certainly seemed nervous. Klausner felt it now. The doctor moved his feet and half turned to go. "Well," he said, "we'd better get back." "Look," said the little man, and now his smooth white face became suddenly filled with colour. "Look, stitch this up. He pointed to the wound that the axe had made in the tree trunk. "Stitch this up quickly." "Don't be silly," said the doctor.
"Do as I say. Stitch it up."
Klausner was holding the axe, and he spoke softly, in a strange, almost threatening way. "Don't be silly. I can't stitch through wood. Come on. Let's get back."
"So you can't stitch through wood?"
"No, of course not." "Have you got any iodine in your bag?" "Yes." "Then paint the wound with iodine. It'll sting, but that can't be helped."
Now let's not be stupid. Let's get back to the house and then paint the cut with iodine."
The doctor saw Klausner's hands tightening on the axe handle. The only other thing he could do was to run away fast, and he certainly wasn't going to do that. "All right," he said. "I'll paint it with iodine." He got his black bag, opened it, and took out a bottle of iodine and some cotton wool. He went up to the tree trunk, opened the bottle, poured some iodine onto the cotton wool, and began to rub it into both cuts. He kept one eye on Klausner, who was standing completely still with the axe in his hands, watching him. "There you are," the doctor said. "It's done." Klausner came closer and carefully examined the 2 wounds in the tree. "You'll come and look at the tree again tomorrow, won't you?" "Oh, yes," the doctor said. "Of course. And put some more iodine on." "If necessary, yes." "Thank you, Doctor," Klausner said. He dropped the axe and smiled a wild, excited smile. And the doctor quickly went over to him and took him gently by the arm and said, "Come on, we must go now." And suddenly they were walking away, the 2 of them, walking silently, rather hurriedly across the park, over the road, back to the house. On the morning of the 3rd day, the sea calmed. Even the most delicate passengers, those who had not been seen around the ship since sailing time, came out of their rooms and made their way slowly onto the sun deck and sat there, with their faces turned to the pale January sun. It had been fairly rough for the first 2 days, and this sudden calm, and the sense of comfort that came with it, made the whole ship seem much friendlier. By the time evening came, the passengers, with 12 hours of good weather behind them, were beginning to feel more courageous. At 8 o'clock that night, the main dining room was filled with people eating and drinking with the confident appearance of experienced sailors. The meal was not half over when the passengers realized, by the slight movement of their bodies on the seats of their chairs, that the big ship had actually started rolling again. It was very gentle at first, just a slow, lazy leaning to one side, then to the other, but it was enough to cause a slight but immediate loss of good humour around the room. A few of the passengers looked up from their food, waiting, almost listening for the next roll, smiling nervously, with little secret looks of fear in their eyes. Some were completely calm. Others were openly pleased with themselves and made jokes about the food and the weather in order to annoy the few who were beginning to suffer. The movement of the ship then became rapidly more and more violent, and only 5 or 6 minutes after the first roll had been noticed, the ship was swinging heavily from side to side. At last, a really bad roll came, and Mr. William Botterbull, sitting at the purser's table, saw his plate of fish sliding suddenly away from under his fork. Everybody now was reaching for plates and wine glasses. Mrs. Renshaw, seated at the purser's right, gave a little scream and held on to that gentleman's arm. "It's going to be a rough night," the purser said, looking at Mrs. Renshaw. "I think there's a storm coming that will give us a very rough night." There was just the faintest suggestion of pleasure in the way he said it. Most of the passengers continued with their meal. A small number, including Mrs. Renshaw, got carefully to their feet and made their way between the tables and through the doorway, trying to hide the urgency they felt. "Well," the purser said, "there she goes." He looked round with approval at the remaining passengers, who were sitting quietly, with their faces showing openly that pride that travellers seem to take in being recognised as good sailors. When the eating was finished, and the coffee had been served, Mr. Botterbull, who had been unusually serious and thoughtful since the rolling started, suddenly stood up and carried his cup of coffee around to Mrs. Renshaw's empty place, next to the purser. He seated himself in her chair, then immediately leaned over and began to whisper urgently in the purser's ear. "Excuse me," he said, "but could you tell me something, please?" The purser, small and fat and red, bent forward to listen. "What's the trouble, Mr. Botterbull?" "What I want to know is this." The man's face was anxious, and the purser was watching it. "What I want to know is, will the captain already have made his guess at the day's run? You know, for the competition. I mean, will he have done so before it began to get rough like this?" The purser lowered his voice, as one does when answering a whisperer. "I should think so, yes." "About how long ago do you think he did it?" "Sometime this afternoon. He usually does it in the afternoon." "About what time?" "Oh, I don't know. Around 4 o'clock, I should think." "Now tell me another thing. How does the captain decide which number it will be? Does he take a lot of trouble over that?" The purser looked at the anxious face of Mr. Botterbull and smiled, knowing quite well what the man was trying to find out. "Well, you see, the captain has a little meeting with the second officer, and they study the weather and a lot of other things, and then they make their guess." Mr. Botterbull thought about this answer for a moment. Then he said, "Do you think the captain knew there was bad weather coming today?" "I couldn't tell you," the purser replied. He was looking into the small black eyes of the other man, seeing 2 single little spots of excitement dancing in their centres. "I really couldn't tell you, Mr. Botterbull. I wouldn't know. If this gets any worse, it might be worth buying some of the low numbers. What do you think?" The whispering was more urgent, more anxious now. "Perhaps it will," the purser said. "I doubt whether the captain allowed for a really rough night. It was quite calm this afternoon when he made his guess." The others at the table had become silent and were trying to hear what the purser was saying. "Now suppose you were allowed to buy a number. Which one would you choose today?" Mr. Bottleball asked. "I don't know what the range is yet," the purser patiently answered. "They don't announce the range until the auction starts after dinner. And I'm really not very good at it, in any case. I'm only the purser, you know." At that point, Mr. Bottleball stood up. "Excuse me, everyone," he said, and he walked carefully away between the other tables. Twice he had to catch hold of the back of a chair to steady himself against the ship's roll. As he stepped out onto the sundeck, he felt the full force of the wind. He took hold of the rail and held on tight with both hands, and he stood there looking out over the darkening sea where the great waves were rising up high. "Quite bad out there, isn't it, sir?" said a waiter, as he went back inside again. Mr. Bottleball was combing his hair back into place with a small red comb. "Do you think we've slowed down at all because of the weather?" he asked. "Oh, yes, sir. We've slowed down a great deal since this started. You have to slow down in weather like this, or you'll be throwing the passengers all over the ship." Down in the smoking room, people were already arriving for the auction. They were grouping themselves politely around the various tables. The men a little stiff in their dinner jackets, a little pink beside their cool, white-armed women. Mr. Bottleball took a chair close to the auctioneer's table. He crossed his legs, folded his arms, and settled himself in his seat with the appearance of a man who has made a very important decision and refuses to be frightened. The winner, he was telling himself, would probably get around $7,000. That was almost exactly what the total auction money had been for the last 2 days, with the numbers selling for about $300 or $400 each. As it was a British ship, the auction would be in pounds. But he liked to do his thinking in dollars, since he was more familiar with them. $7,000 was plenty of money. Yes, it certainly was. He would ask them to pay him in $100 notes, and he would take them off the ship in the inside pocket of his jacket. No problem there. He would buy a new car immediately. He would collect it on the way from the ship and drive it home just for the pleasure of seeing Ethel's face when she came out of the front door and looked at it. Wouldn't that be wonderful? To see Ethel's face when he drove up to the door in a new car? "Hello, Ethel, dear," he would say. "I've just bought you a little present. I saw it in the window as I went by, so I thought of you and how you always wanted one. Do you like it, dear? Do you like the colour?" And then he would watch her face. The auctioneer was standing up behind his table now. "Ladies and gentlemen," he shouted, "the captain has guessed the day's run, ending midday tomorrow at 830 kilometres. As usual, we will take the 10 numbers on either side of it to make up the range. That means 820 to 840. And of course, for those who think the true figure will be still further away, There will be Lowfield and Highfield sold separately as well. Now, we'll draw the first number out of the hat. Here we are. 827. The room became quiet. The people sat still in their chairs, all eyes watching the auctioneer. There was a certain tension in the air, and as the offers got higher, the tension grew. This wasn't a game or a joke. You could be sure of that by the way one man would look across at another who had made a higher offer, smiling perhaps, but only with the lips, while the eyes remained bright and completely cold. Number 827 was sold for £110. The next 3 or 4 numbers were sold for about the same amount. The ship was rolling heavily. The passengers held onto the arms of their chairs, giving all their attention to the auction. Lowfield, the auctioneer called out. The next number is Lowfield. Mr. Bottlebowl sat up very straight and tense. He would wait, he had decided, until the others had finished calling out their offers. Then he would make the last offer. He had worked out that there must be at least $500 in his account at the bank at home. Probably almost $600. That was about £200. Over 200. This ticket wouldn't cost more than that. As you all know, the auctioneer was saying, Lowfield covers every number below the smallest number in the range, in this case every number below 820. So, if you think the ship is going to cover less than 820 kilometres in the 24-hour period ending at midday tomorrow, you'd better buy this ticket. What are you offering? It went up to £130. Others, besides Mr. Bottlebowl, seemed to have noticed that the weather was rough. 140? 50? There it stopped. The auctioneer waited, his hammer raised. Going at 150. 60, Mr. Bottlebowl called, and every face in the room turned and looked at him. 70. 80, Mr. Bottlebowl called. 90. 200, Mr. Bottlebowl called. He wasn't stopping now. Not for anyone. There was a pause. Any more offers, please? Going at £200. Sit still, he told himself. Sit completely still and don't look up. It's unlucky to look up. Hold your breath. No one's going to offer more if you hold your breath. Going for £200. Mr. Bottlebowl held his breath. Going. Gone. The man banged the hammer on the table. Mr. Bottlebowl wrote out a cheque and handed it to the auctioneer. Then he settled back in his chair to wait for the finish. He did not want to go to bed before he knew how much money there was to win. They added it up after the last number had been sold, and it came to £2,100. That was about $6,000. He could buy the car, and there would be some money left over too. With this pleasant thought, he went off, happy and excited, to his bed. When Mr. Bottlebowl woke the next morning, he lay quite still for several minutes with his eyes shut, listening for the sound of the wind, waiting for the roll of the ship. There was no sound of any wind, and the ship was not rolling. He jumped up and looked out of the window. The sea. Oh God!
The sea was as smooth as glass, and the great ship was moving through it fast, obviously regaining the time lost during the night. Mr. Bottleball turned away and sat slowly down on the edge of his bed. He had no hope now. One of the higher numbers was certain to win after this. "Oh, my God," he said out loud. "What shall I do?" What, for example, would Ethel say? It was simply not possible to tell her that he had spent almost all of their 2 years' savings on a ticket in a ship's competition. Nor was it possible to keep the matter secret. To do that, he would have to tell her to stop writing checks. And what about the monthly payments on the television set? Already, he could see the anger in the woman's eyes, the blue becoming grey, and the eyes themselves narrowing, as they always did when there was anger in them. Oh, my God. What shall I do? It was no use pretending that he had the slightest chance now, not unless the ship started to go backwards. It was at this moment that an idea came to him, and he jumped up from his bed, extremely excited, ran over to the window, and looked out again. Well, he thought, why not? Why ever not? The sea was calm, and he would have no difficulty in swimming until they picked him up. He had a feeling that someone had done something like this before, but that did not prevent him from doing it again. The ship would have to stop and lower a boat, and the boat would have to go back perhaps a kilometre to get him, and then it would have to return to the ship. That would take about an hour. An hour was about 48 kilometres. The delay would reduce the day's run by about 48 kilometres. That would do it. Low Field would be sure to win then, just so long as he made certain that someone saw him falling over the side. But that would be simple to arrange. And he had better wear light clothes, something easy to swim in. Sports clothes, that was it. He would dress as if he were going to play deck tennis. Just a shirt and a pair of shorts and tennis shoes. What was the time? 9:15. The sooner, the better then. He would have to do it soon, because the time limit was midday. Mr. Bottleball was both frightened and excited when he stepped out onto the sundeck in his sports clothes. He looked around nervously. There was only one other person in sight, a woman who was old and fat. She was leaning over the rail, looking at the sea. She was wearing a heavy coat, and the collar was turned up, so Mr. Bottleball couldn't see her face. He stood still, examining her carefully from a distance. Yes, he told himself, she would probably do. She would probably call for help just as quickly as anyone else. But wait 1 minute. Take your time, William Bottleball. Take your time. Remember what you told yourself in your room a few minutes ago when you were changing? The thought of jumping off a ship into the ocean hundreds of kilometres from the nearest land had made Mr. Bottleball, always a careful man, unusually so. He was not yet satisfied that this woman in front of him was sure to call for help when he made his jump. In his opinion, there were 2 possible reasons why she might not. First, she might have bad hearing and bad eyesight. It was not very likely, but on the other hand, it might be so. And why take a chance? All he had to do was to check it by talking to her for a moment. Second, the woman might be the owner of one of the high numbers in the competition. If so, she would have a very good financial reason for not wishing to stop the ship. Mr. Bottleball remembered that people had killed for far less than $6,000. It was happening every day in the newspapers. So why take a chance on that either? He must check it first and be sure of his facts. He must find out about it by a little polite conversation. Then, if the woman appeared to be a pleasant, kind human being, the thing was easy, and he could jump off the ship without worrying. Mr. Bottleball walked towards the woman and took up a position beside her, leaning on the rail. "Hello," he said pleasantly. She turned and smiled at him. A surprisingly lovely smile, almost a beautiful smile, although the face itself was very plain. "Hello," she answered him. And that, Mr. Bottleball told himself, answers the first question. Her hearing and eyesight are good. "Tell me," he said, "what did you think of the auction last night?" "Auction?" she asked. "Auction? What auction?" "You know, that silly thing they have after dinner. They sell numbers that might be equal to the ship's daily run. I just wondered what you thought about it." She shook her head, and again she smiled, a sweet and pleasant smile. "I'm very lazy," she said. "I always go to bed early. I have my dinner in bed. It's so restful to have dinner in bed." Mr. Bottleball smiled back at her and began to walk away. "I must go and get my exercise now," he said. "I never miss my exercise in the morning. It was nice seeing you. Very nice seeing you." He took a few more steps, and the woman let him go without looking around. Everything was now in order. The sea was calm. He was lightly dressed for swimming. There were almost certainly no man-eating fish in this part of the Atlantic. And there was this pleasant, kind old woman to call for help. It was now only a question of whether the ship would be delayed for long enough to help him win. Almost certainly it would. Mr. Bottleball moved slowly to a position at the rail about 18 meters away from the woman. She wasn't looking at him now. All the better. He didn't want her to watch him as he jumped off. So long as no one was watching, he would be able to say afterwards that he had slipped and fallen by accident. He looked over the side of the ship. It was a long, long drop. He might easily hurt himself badly if he hit the water flat. He must jump straight and enter the water feet first. It seemed cold and deep and grey, and it made him shake with fear just to look at it. But it was now or never. Be a man, William Bottleball. Be a man. All right, then. Now. He climbed up onto the wide wooden rail and stood there, balancing for 3 terrible seconds. Then he jumped up and out as far as he could go, and at the same time he shouted, "Help! Help! Help! He shouted as he fell. Then he hit the water and went under. When the first shout for help sounded, the woman who was leaning on the rail gave a little jump of surprise. She looked around quickly and saw, sailing past her through the air, this small man dressed in white shorts and tennis shoes, shouting as he went. For a moment, she looked as if she were not quite sure what she ought to do. Throw a lifebelt? Run away and find help? Or simply turn and shout? She stepped back from the rail and swung round, and for this short moment she remained still, tense, and undecided. Then, almost immediately, she seemed to relax, and she leaned forward far over the rail, looking at the water. Soon, a small round black head appeared in the water, an arm raised above it, waving once, twice, and a small faraway voice was heard calling something that was difficult to understand. The woman leaned still further over the rail, trying to keep the little black spot in sight, but soon, so very soon, it was such a long way away that she couldn't even be sure that it was there at all. After a time, another woman came out on deck. This one was thin and bony and wore glasses. She saw the first woman and walked over to her. "So there you are," she said. The fat woman turned and looked at her, but said nothing. "I've been searching for you," the bony one continued. "Searching all over the ship." "It's very strange," the fat woman said. "A man jumped off the deck just now, with his clothes on." "Nonsense." "Oh, yes. He said he wanted to get some exercise, and he jumped in and didn't even take his clothes off." "You'd better come down now," the bony woman said. Her mouth had suddenly become firm, her whole face sharp, and she spoke less kindly than before. "And don't you ever go wandering about on deck alone like this again. You know you're meant to wait for me." "Yes, Maggie," the fat woman answered, and again she smiled, a kind, trusting smile, and she took the hand of the other one and allowed herself to be led away across the deck. "Such a nice man," she said. "He waved to me." It must have been around midnight when I drove home, and as I pulled into the driveway, I turned off the lights of the car so that the beam wouldn't swing in through the window of the side bedroom and wake Harry Pope. But I needn't have worried. As I came up the drive, I noticed that his light was still on. So he was awake, unless perhaps he'd fallen asleep while reading. I parked the car, and counting each step carefully in the dark, went up the 5 steps to the house. Pushing through the screen doors, I turned on the light in the hall. Then I went across to the door of Harry's room, opened it quietly, and looked in. He was lying on the bed, and I could see he was awake, but he didn't move. He didn't even turn his head towards me, but I heard him say, "Timber, Timber, come here." He spoke slowly, whispering each word carefully, separately, and I pushed the door right open and started to go quickly across the room. "Stop. Wait a moment, Timber." I could hardly hear what he was saying. He seemed to be having difficulty in getting the words out. "What's the matter, Harry?" "Shh," he whispered. Shh, don't make a noise. Take your shoes off before you come nearer. Please do as I say, Timber. I couldn't understand what he was talking about, but I thought that if he was as ill as he sounded, I'd better try to please him. I bent down and took off my shoes and left them in the middle of the floor. Then I went over to his bed. Don't touch the bed. Whatever you do, don't touch the bed. He was still speaking as if he'd been shot in the stomach, and I could see him lying there on his back with a single sheet covering 3/4 of his body. He was wearing a pair of pajamas, and he was sweating terribly. It was a hot night, and I was sweating a little myself, but not like Harry. His whole face was wet. It looked like a bad fever. What is it, Harry? A crate, he said. A crate? Oh, my God! Where did it bite you? How long ago? Be quiet, he whispered. Listen, Harry, I said, and I leaned forward and touched his shoulder. We've got to be quick. Come on now, quickly, tell me where it bit you. He was lying there very still and tense, as though he were holding on to himself hard because of sharp pain. I haven't been bitten, he whispered. Not yet. It's on my stomach, lying there asleep. I took a quick step backwards. I couldn't help it, and I looked wide-eyed at his stomach, or rather at the sheet that covered it. There were a number of folds in the sheet, and it was impossible to tell if there was anything under it. You don't really mean there's a crate lying on your stomach now? I swear it. How did it get there? I shouldn't have asked the question, because it was easy to see that he was not pretending. I should have told him to keep quiet. I was reading, Harry said, and he spoke very slowly, taking each word in turn and speaking it carefully, so as not to move the muscles of his stomach. Lying on my back reading, and I felt something on my chest, behind the book. Then out of the corner of my eye, I saw this little crate sliding over my pajamas. Small, less than a foot long. Knew I mustn't move. Couldn't have moved if I'd wanted to. Lay there watching it. Thought it would go over the top of the sheet. Harry paused and was silent for a few moments. His eyes looked down towards the place where the sheet covered his stomach, and I could see he was watching to make sure his whispering wasn't frightening the thing that lay there. There was a big fold in the sheet, he said, speaking more slowly than ever now, and so softly that I had to lean close to hear him. See it? It's still there. It went under that. I could feel it through my pajamas, moving on my stomach. Then it stopped moving, and now it's lying there in the warmth, probably asleep. I've been waiting for you. He raised his eyes and looked at me. How long ago? Hours, he whispered. Hours and hours and hours. I can't keep still much longer. I've been wanting to cough. There was not much doubt about the truth of Harry's story. As a matter of fact, it wasn't a surprising thing for a crate to do. They wait around people's houses, and they go for the warm places. The surprising thing was that Harry hadn't been bitten. The bite is quite deadly, except sometimes, when you do something about it immediately. And crates kill quite a number of people every year in Bengal, mostly in the villages. All right, Harry, I said, and now I was whispering too. Don't move and don't talk any more unless you have to. You know it won't bite unless it's frightened. We'll fix it in no time. I went softly out of the room and brought a small sharp knife from the kitchen. I put it in my trouser pocket, ready to use immediately, in case something went wrong while we were still thinking out a plan. If Harry coughed or moved or did something to frighten the crate and got bitten, I was going to be ready to cut the bitten place and try to suck the poison out. I came back to the bedroom, and Harry was still lying there very quietly, sweating all over his face. His eyes followed me as I moved across the room to his bed, and I could see he was wondering what I'd been doing. I stood beside him, trying to think of the best thing to do. "Harry," I said, and now when I spoke, I put my mouth almost on his ear, so I wouldn't have to raise my voice above the softest whisper. "I think the best thing to do is for me to pull the sheet back very, very gently. Then we could have a look first. I think I could do that without waking it." "Don't be so silly." There was no expression in his voice. He spoke each word too slowly, too carefully, and too softly for that. The expression was in his eyes and around the corners of his mouth. Why not? The light would frighten it. It's dark under there now. Then how about pulling the sheet back quickly and brushing it off before it has time to strike? "Why don't you get a doctor?" Harry said. The way he looked at me told me I should have thought of that myself in the first place. "A doctor. Of course. That's it. I'll get Ganderby." I walked softly out into the hall, found Ganderby's number in the book, lifted the phone, and told the operator to hurry. "Dr. Ganderby," I said. "This is Timber Woods." "Hello, Mr. Woods. Aren't you in bed yet? Look, could you come round now and bring serum for a crate bite?" "Who's been bitten?" The question came so sharply, it was like a small explosion in my ear. No one yet. But Harry Pope's in bed, and he's got one lying on his stomach, asleep under the sheet on his stomach." For about 3 seconds, there was silence on the line. Then, speaking slowly and firmly, Ganderby said, "Tell him to keep quite still. He's not to move or talk. Do you understand?" "Of course." "I'll come immediately." He rang off, and I went back to the bedroom. Harry's eyes watched me as I walked across to his bed. "Ganderby's coming. He said you should lie still." "What in God's name does he think I'm doing?" "Look, Harry, he said no talking. No talking at all. Either of us." "Why don't you be quiet then?" When he said this, one side of his mouth started shaking slightly, with rapid little downward movements that continued for a while after he had finished speaking. I found a cloth, and very gently I wiped the sweat off his face and neck. I could feel the slight movement of the muscle, the one he used for smiling, as my fingers passed over it with the cloth. I slipped out to the kitchen, got some ice, rolled it up in a cloth, and brought it back to the bedroom and laid it across Harry's forehead. "It'll keep you cool." He closed his eyes and sucked breath sharply through his teeth. "Take it away," he whispered. "It'll make me cough." His smiling muscle began to move again. The beam of a headlight shone through the window as Ganderby's car swung around to the front of the house. I went out to meet him, holding the ice pack with both hands. "How is it?" Ganderby asked, but he didn't stop to talk. He walked on past me through the screen doors into the hall. "Where is he? Which room?" He put his bag down on a chair in the hall and followed me into Harry's room. He walked across the floor noiselessly, delicately, like a careful cat. Harry watched him out of the sides of his eyes. When Ganderby reached the bed, he looked down at Harry and smiled confidently, showing Harry it was a simple matter and he was not to worry, but just to leave it to Dr. Ganderby. Then he turned and went back to the hall, and I followed him. The first thing is to try to get some of the serum into him, with a needle. He opened his bag and started to make preparations. But I must do it very carefully. I don't want him to move. He had a small bottle in his left hand, and he stuck the needle through the rubber top and began drawing a pale yellow liquid out of the bottle. Then he handed the needle to me. "Hold that until I ask for it." He picked up the bag, and together we returned to the room. Harry's eyes were bright now and wide open. Ganderby bent over Harry and very carefully rolled up one arm of the pyjama top. I noticed he stood well away from the bed. He whispered, "I'm going to give you some serum. You'll feel the needle, but try not to move. Don't tighten your stomach muscles. Let them go loose." Harry looked at the needle. Ganderby cleaned a small area of the arm with alcohol, took the needle from my hand, and held it up to the light to check the quantity. I stood beside him, watching. Harry was watching too and sweating all over his face. Ganderby held the needle almost flat against Harry's arm, sliding it in sideways, through the skin slowly, but firmly, as smoothly as into cheese. Harry looked at the ceiling, and closed his eyes, and opened them again, but he didn't move. When it was finished, Ganderby leaned forward, putting his mouth close to Harry's ear. "Now you'll be all right even if you are bitten. But don't move. Please don't move. I'll be back in a moment." He picked up his bag and went out to the hall, and I followed. "Is he safe now?" I asked. "No." "How safe is he? It must give him some protection, mustn't it?" I asked. He turned away and walked to the screen doors. I thought he was going through them, but he stopped this side of the doors and stood looking out into the night. "Isn't the serum very good?" I asked. "Unfortunately not," he answered without turning round. "It might save him. It might not. I'm trying to think of something else to do." "Shall we pull the sheet back quickly and brush it off before it has time to strike?" "Never. We have no right to take a risk." He spoke sharply, and his voice was a little higher than usual. "We can't leave him lying there," I said. "He's getting nervous." "Please, please," he said, turning round, holding both hands up in the air. "Not so fast, please." He wiped his forehead and stood there, thinking. "You see," he said at last, "there is a way to do this. You know what we must do. We must give an anesthetic to the creature where it lies." It was an excellent idea. "It is not safe," he continued, "because a snake is cold-blooded, and an anesthetic does not work so well or so quickly with such animals. But it is the best thing to do. We could use chloroform." He was speaking slowly and trying to think about it all, while he talked. "Now quickly." He took my arm. "Drive to my house. By the time you get there, I shall have spoken to my boy on the telephone, and he will show you my poisons cupboard. Here is the key of the cupboard. Take a bottle of chloroform. The name is printed on it. I'll stay here in case anything happens. Be quick now. Hurry. No, you don't need your shoes." I drove fast, and in about 15 minutes, I was back with a bottle of chloroform. Ganderby came out of Harry's room and met me in the hall. "Have you got it?" he said. "Good, good. I've just been telling him what we are going to do, but now we must hurry." It is not easy for him in there like that all this time. I am afraid he might move. He went back to the bedroom, and I followed, carrying the bottle carefully with both hands. Harry was lying on the bed in exactly the same position as before, with the sweat pouring down his cheeks. His face was white and wet. He turned his eyes towards me, and I smiled at him confidently. Ganderby was kneeling by the bed, and on the floor beside him was a hollow rubber tube. He began to pull a little piece of the sheet out from under the bed. He was working directly in line with Harry's stomach, and I watched his fingers as they pulled gently at the edge of the sheet. He worked so slowly, it was almost impossible to see any movement, either in his fingers or in the sheet that was being pulled. Finally, he succeeded in making an opening under the sheet, and he took the rubber tube and put one end of it in the opening so that it would slide under the sheet towards Harry's body. I do not know how long it took him to slide that tube in. It may have been 20 minutes. It may have been 40. I never once saw the tube move. Ganderby himself was sweating now, but his hands were steady. I noticed that his eyes were watching, not the tube in his hands, but the area of folded sheet above Harry's stomach. Without looking up, he held out a hand to me for the chloroform. I put the bottle right into his hand, not letting go until I was sure that he had a good hold on it. Then he signalled with his head for me to come closer, and he whispered, "Tell him I'm going to pour it all over the bed, and that it will be very cold under his body. He must be ready for that, and he must not move. Tell him now." I bent over Harry and passed on the message. "Why doesn't he just do it?" Harry said. "He's going to now, Harry, but it'll feel very cold, so be ready for it." "Oh God, hurry up, hurry up!" For the first time, he raised his voice, and Ganderby looked up sharply, watched him for a few seconds, then went back to his business. Ganderby poured a few drops of chloroform into the tube and waited. Then he poured some more. Then he waited again, and the heavy, sickly smell of chloroform spread out all over the room, bringing with it faint, unpleasant memories of white-coated nurses and white doctors standing in a white room around a long white table. Ganderby was pouring steadily now. He paused, held the bottle up to the light, poured some more, and handed the bottle back to me. Slowly, he drew out the rubber tube from under the sheet. Then he stood up. His voice was small and tired. "We'll give it 15 minutes, just to be safe." I leaned over to tell Harry. "We're going to give it 15 minutes, just to be safe, but it's probably asleep already." "Then why don't you look and see?" Again he spoke loudly, and Ganderby jumped, his small brown face suddenly very angry. He had almost pure black eyes, and he looked sharply at Harry. Harry's smiling muscle began to move. I took a cloth and wiped his wet face, trying to stroke his forehead a little for comfort as I did so. Then we stood and waited beside the bed, Ganderby watching Harry all the time with a strange expression on his face. The little Indian was using all his willpower to keep Harry quiet. He never once took his eyes from the patient, and although he made no sound, he seemed somehow to be shouting at him all the time, saying, "Now listen. You must listen. You're not going to spoil this now, do you hear me?" And Harry lay there moving his mouth, sweating, closing his eyes, opening them, looking at me, at the sheet, at the ceiling, at me again, but never at Ganderby. But somehow, Ganderby was holding him. The smell of chloroform was terrible, and it made me feel sick, but I couldn't leave the room now. Ganderby finally turned and signalled that he was ready to go on. "You go over to one side of the bed," he said. "We will each take one side of the sheet and pull it back together, but very slowly, please, and very quietly." "Keep still now, Harry," I said, and I went around to the other side of the bed and took hold of the sheet. Ganderby stood opposite me, and together we began to pull back the sheet, lifting it up and away from Harry's body, taking it back very slowly. Both of us were standing well away, but at the same time bending forward, trying to see under it. The smell of chloroform was horrible. I remember trying to hold my breath, and when I couldn't do that any longer, I'd try to take small breaths so that the gas wouldn't get into my lungs. The whole of Harry's chest could be seen now, or rather the pyjama top, which covered it. And then I saw the top of his pyjama trousers. There was nothing on his stomach. We pulled the sheet back faster then, and when we had uncovered his legs and feet, we let the sheet drop over the end of the bed onto the floor. "Don't move," Ganderby said. "Don't move, Mr. Pope." And he began to look around, along the side of Harry's body and under his legs. "We must be careful. It may be anywhere. It could be up the leg of your pyjamas." When Ganderby said this, Harry quickly raised his head from the bed and looked down at his legs. It was the first time he had moved. Then suddenly he jumped up, stood on his bed, and shook his legs one after the other violently in the air. At that moment, we both thought he had been bitten, and Ganderby was already reaching down into his bag, when Harry stopped jumping around and stood still, looked at the bed he was standing on, and shouted, "It's not there." Ganderby straightened up, and for a moment he too looked at the bed. Then he looked up at Harry. Harry was all right. He hadn't been bitten, and now he wasn't going to get bitten, and he wasn't going to be killed, and everything was fine. But that didn't seem to make anyone feel any better. "Mr. Pope, you are, of course, quite sure you saw it in the first place?" Harry stood on his bed in his pyjamas, looking angrily at Ganderby, and the colour began to spread out all over his cheeks. "Are you telling me I'm a liar?" he shouted. Ganderby remained completely still, watching Harry. Harry took a step forward on the bed, and there was a shining look in his eyes. "Why, you dirty little rat." "Be quiet, Harry," I said. "You dirty—" "Harry," I called. "Be quiet, Harry." The things he was saying were terrible. Ganderby went out of the room as if neither of us was there, and I followed him and put my arm around his shoulder as he walked across the hall. "Don't listen to Harry," I said. "This thing's made him so upset that he doesn't know what he's saying." We went down the steps and across to where his car was parked. He opened the door and got in. "You did a wonderful job," I said. "Thank you very much for coming." "All he needs is a good holiday," he said quietly, without looking at me. Then he started the engine and drove off. The room was warm and clean. The curtains were closed. The 2 table lamps were lit, hers and the one by the empty chair opposite. On the table behind her, There were 2 tall glasses, some bottles, and a bucket of ice. Mary Maloney was waiting for her husband to come home from work. Now and again, she looked up at the clock, but without anxiety. She simply wanted to please herself with the thought that each minute that went by made it nearer the time when he would come. There was a slow, smiling quality about her, and about everything she did. The position of her head, as she bent over her sewing, was strangely peaceful. Her skin had a wonderful clearness. Since there were only 3 more months before the birth of her child, her mouth was soft, and her eyes, with their new calm look, seemed larger and darker than before. When the clock said 10 minutes to 5, she began to listen. And a few moments later, at the usual time, she heard the car tires on the drive, the car door closing, the footsteps passing the window, the key turning in the lock. She stood up and went forward to kiss him as he came in. "Hello, darling," she said. "Hello," he answered. She took his coat and hung it in the cupboard in the hall. Then she made the drinks, a strong one for him and a weak one for herself. And soon she was back again in her chair with the sewing, and he was in the other, opposite, holding the tall glass with both his hands, and rolling it gently so that the ice knocked musically against the side. For her, this was always a wonderful time of day. She knew he didn't want to speak much until the first drink was finished, and she was happy to sit quietly, enjoying his company after the long hours alone in the house. She loved to feel the presence of this man and the male warmth that came out of him when they were alone together. She loved him for the way he sat loosely in a chair, for the way he came in through a door, or moved slowly across the room. She loved the distant look in his eyes when they rested on her, the funny shape of his mouth, and especially the way he remained silent about his tiredness, sitting still with himself until the alcohol had taken some of it away. "Tired, darling?" "Yes," he said. "I'm tired." And as he spoke, he did an unusual thing. He lifted his glass and emptied it in one swallow, although there was still half of it left. She was not really watching him, but she knew what he had done because she heard the ice falling back against the bottom of the empty glass when he lowered his arm. He paused a moment, leaned forward in his chair, then he got up and went slowly over to get himself another drink. "I'll get it," she cried, jumping up. "Sit down," he said. When he came back, she noticed that the new drink was a very strong one. She watched him as he began to drink. "I think it's a shame," she said, "that when a policeman has as much experience as you have, they keep him walking around on his feet all day long." He didn't answer, so she bent her head again and went on with her sewing. But each time he lifted his drink to his lips, she heard the ice against the side of the glass. "Darling," she said, "would you like me to get you some cheese? I haven't made any supper because it's Thursday." "No," he said. "If you're too tired to eat out," she went on, "it's still not too late. There's plenty of meat and other things in the freezer, and you can have it here, and not even move out of the chair." Her eyes waited for an answer, a smile, a little movement of his head, but he made no sign. "Well," she went on, "I'll get you some bread and cheese first." "I don't want it," he said. She moved anxiously in her chair, her large eyes still watching his face. "But you must have supper. I can easily do it here. I'd like to do it. We can have lamb. Or something else. Anything you want. Everything's in the freezer." "Forget it," he said. "But darling, you must eat. I'll do it. And then you can have it or not, as you like." She stood up and placed her sewing on the table by the lamp. "Sit down," he said. "Just for a minute, sit down." It wasn't until then that she began to get frightened. "Go on," he said. "Sit down." She lowered herself back slowly into the chair, watching him all the time with those large, confused eyes. He had finished the second drink and was looking down into the glass. "Listen," he said. "I've got something to tell you." "What is it, darling? What's the matter?" He had become completely still, and he kept his head down so that the light from the lamp beside him fell across the upper part of his face, leaving his chin and mouth in shadow. She noticed that there was a little muscle moving near the corner of his left eye. "This is going to be a bit of a shock to you, I'm afraid," he said. "But I've thought about it a good deal, and I've decided that the only thing to do is to tell you immediately. I hope you won't blame me too much." And he told her. It didn't take long, 4 or 5 minutes at most, and she sat very still through it all, watching him in shock as he went further and further away from her with each word. "So there it is," he added. "And I know it's rather a bad time to be telling you this, but there simply wasn't any other way. Of course, I'll give you money and see that you're looked after, but there needn't really be any problem. I hope not. In any case, it wouldn't be very good for my job." Her first reaction was not to believe any of it. She thought that perhaps he hadn't even spoken, that she herself had imagined the whole thing. Perhaps, if she went on with her normal life and acted as if she had not been listening, then later, when she woke up again, she might find that none of it had ever happened. "I'll get the supper," she managed to whisper, and this time he didn't stop her. When she walked across the room, she couldn't feel her feet touching the floor. She couldn't feel anything at all, except a slight sickness. She did everything without thinking. She went downstairs to the freezer, put her hand inside, and took hold of the first object it met. She lifted it out and looked at it. It was wrapped in paper. So she took off the paper and looked at it again. A leg of lamb. All right then. They would have lamb for supper. She carried it upstairs, holding the thin bone end of it with both her hands, and as she went through the living room, she saw him standing by the window with his back to her, and she stopped. "I've already told you, haven't I?" he said, hearing her but not turning round. "Don't make supper for me, I'm going out." At that point, Mary Maloney simply walked up behind him, and without any pause, she swung the big frozen leg of lamb high in the air and brought it down as hard as she could on the back of his head. She might just as well have hit him with a steel bar. She stepped back, waiting, and the strange thing was that he remained standing there for at least 4 or 5 seconds. Then he crashed to the floor. The violence of the crash The noise, the small table overturning, helped to bring her out of the shock. She came out slowly, feeling cold and surprised, and she stood for a few minutes, looking at the body, still holding the piece of meat tightly with both hands. "All right," she told herself. "So I've killed him." It was strange now, how clear her mind became all of a sudden. She began thinking very fast. As the wife of a policeman, she knew what the punishment would be. That was fine. It made no difference to her. In fact, it would be a relief. On the other hand, what about the child? What were the laws about murderers with unborn children? Did they kill them both, mother and child? Or did they wait until the 10th month? What did they do? Mary Maloney didn't know, and she certainly wasn't prepared to take a chance. She carried the meat into the kitchen, placed it in a roasting pan, turned the cooker on high, and put the pan inside. Then she washed her hands and ran upstairs to her bedroom. She sat down in front of the mirror, tidied her face, and tried to smile. The smile looked rather strange. She tried again. "Hello, Sam," she said brightly, out loud. The voice sounded strange too. "I want some potatoes, please, Sam." "Yes, and perhaps a can of beans." That was better. Both the smile and the voice sounded better now. She practiced them several times more. Then she ran downstairs, took her coat, and went out of the back door, down the garden, into the street. It wasn't 6 o'clock yet, and the lights were still on in the corner shop. "Hello, Sam," she said brightly, smiling at the man behind the counter. "Good evening, Mrs. Maloney. How are you?" "I want some potatoes, please, Sam." "Yes, and I think a can of beans." The man turned and reached up behind him on the shelf for the beans. "Patrick's decided he's tired, and he doesn't want to eat out tonight," she told him. "We usually go out on Thursdays, you know, and now I haven't got any vegetables in the house." "Then how about meat, Mrs. Maloney?" "No, I've got meat, thanks. I've got a nice leg of lamb from the freezer. I don't much like cooking it frozen, Sam, but I'm taking a chance on it this time. Do you think it'll be all right?" "Personally," the shopkeeper said, "I don't believe it makes any difference. Do you want these potatoes here, Mrs. Maloney?" "Oh, yes, they'll be fine. 2 pounds of those, please." "Anything else?" The shopkeeper put his head on one side, looking at her pleasantly. "How about afterwards? What are you going to give him afterwards?" "Well, what would you suggest, Sam?" The man looked quickly around his shop. "How about a nice big piece of my cream cake? I know he likes that." "Perfect," she said. "He loves it." And when it was all wrapped and she had paid, she put on her brightest smile and said, "Thank you, Sam. Good night." "Good night, Mrs. Maloney. And thank you." And now, she told herself, as she hurried back, she was returning home to her husband, and he was waiting for his supper. She must cook it well, and make it taste as good as possible, because the poor man was tired. And if, when she entered the house, she found anything unusual or terrible, then naturally it would be a shock, and she'd be crazy with grief. Of course, she wasn't expecting to find anything. She was just going home with the vegetables on Thursday evening to cook supper for her husband. That's the way, she told herself. Do everything right and natural. Keep things completely natural, and there'll be no need for any acting at all. Therefore, when she entered the kitchen by the back door, she was quietly singing a little tune to herself and smiling. "Patrick," she called, "how are you, darling?" She put the package down on the table and went into the living room. And when she saw him lying there on the floor with his legs doubled up and one arm twisted back underneath his body, it really was rather a shock. All the old love for him came back to her, and she ran over to him, knelt down beside him, and began to cry hard. It was easy. No acting was necessary. A few minutes later, she got up and went to the phone. She knew the number of the police station, and when the man at the other end answered, she cried to him, "Quick! Come quickly! Patrick's dead!" "Who's speaking?" "Mrs. Maloney. Mrs. Patrick Maloney." "Do you mean that Patrick Maloney's dead?" "I think so," she cried. "He's lying on the floor, and I think he's dead." "We'll be there immediately," the man said. The car came very quickly, and when she opened the front door, 2 policemen walked in. She knew them both. She knew nearly all the men at that police station, and she fell right into Jack Noonan's arms, crying uncontrollably. He put her gently into a chair. Then he went over to join the other policeman, who was called O'Malley. O'Malley was kneeling by the body. "Is he dead?" she cried. "I'm afraid he is. What happened?" In a few words, she told her story about going to the corner shop, and on her return, finding him on the floor. While she was talking, crying and talking, Noonan discovered some dried blood on the dead man's head. He showed it to O'Malley, who got up immediately and hurried to the phone. Soon other men began to arrive. First a doctor came, then 2 more policemen, one of whom she knew by name. Later a police photographer arrived and took pictures, and a man who knew about fingerprints. There was a great deal of whispering beside the dead body, and the policeman kept asking her a lot of questions. But they always treated her kindly. She told her story again, this time right from the beginning. She said that Patrick had come in, she was sewing, and he had been too tired to go out for supper. She told them how she'd put the meat in the cooker. It's there now, cooking. And how she'd slipped out to the corner shop for vegetables, and how she had come back to find him lying on the floor. "Which shop?" one of the policemen asked. She told him, and he turned and whispered something to another policeman, who immediately went out into the street. In 15 minutes, he was back with a page of notes, and there was more whispering. And through her crying, she heard a few of the whispered phrases. Acted quite normal, very cheerful, wanted to give him a good supper, beans, cream cake, impossible that she... After a while, the photographer and the doctor left, and 2 other men came and took the body away. Then the fingerprint man went away. The others remained. They were extremely nice to her. Jack Noonan asked her if she would rather go somewhere else, to her sister's house, perhaps. No, she said. She didn't feel she could move even a yard at the moment. Would they mind very much if she just stayed where she was until she felt better? She didn't feel too well at the moment. She really didn't. So they left her there while they searched the house. Occasionally, one of the men asked her another question. Sometimes Jack Noonan spoke to her gently as he passed by. Her husband, he told her, had been killed by a blow on the back of the head. The blow had been made with a heavy instrument, almost certainly a large piece of metal. They were looking for the weapon. The murderer might have taken it with him, but he might have thrown it away or hidden it somewhere in or near the house. "It's the old story," he said. "Get the weapon and you've got the murderer." Later, one of them came up and sat beside her. Did she know, he asked, of anything in the house that could have been used as a weapon? Would she have a look around to see if anything was missing? A very heavy tool, for example. She said that there might be some things like that in the garage. The search went on. She knew that there were other policemen in the garden all around the house. She could hear their footsteps on the drive outside. It began to get late. It was nearly 9 o'clock. The 4 men searching the rooms seemed to be getting tired, and a little annoyed. "Jack," she said, the next time Jack Noonan went by, "would you mind giving me a drink?" "Of course I'll give you a drink. Some of this?" "Yes, please, but just a small one. It might make me feel better." He handed her the glass. "Why don't you have one yourself?" she said. "You must be extremely tired. Please do. You've been very good to me." "Well," he answered, "it's not strictly allowed, but I might take just a drop to keep me awake." One by one, the others came in, and she persuaded them to have a drink too. They stood around rather awkwardly with their drinks in their hands. They were uncomfortable in her presence, and they tried to say cheering things to her. Jack Noonan wandered into the kitchen, came out quickly and said, "Look, Mrs. Maloney, do you know that your cooker is still on, and the meat is still inside?" "Oh," she cried, "so it is." "I'd better turn it off for you, hadn't I?" "Will you do that, Jack? Thank you so much." When Jack Noonan returned the second time, she looked at him with her large, dark, tearful eyes. "Jack," she said. "Yes?" "Would you do something for me? You and the others?" "We can try, Mrs. Maloney." "Well," she said, "here you all are, all good friends of Patrick's, and you're helping to catch the man who killed him. You must be very hungry by now, because it's long past your supper time, and I know that Patrick would never forgive me if I allowed you to remain in the house without offering you something to eat. Why don't you eat up the lamb in the cooker? It'll be cooked just right by now." "I wouldn't dream of it," Noonan said. "Please," she begged, "please eat it. Personally, I couldn't eat a thing, but it's all right for you. And then you can go on with your work again afterwards." They were clearly hungry, and in the end, they were persuaded to go into the kitchen and help themselves. The woman stayed where she was and listened to them through the open door. She could hear them speaking to each other, and their voices were thick because their mouths were full of meat. "Have some more, Charlie." "No, we'd better not finish it." "She wants us to finish it. She said so. She won't eat it." "All right then, give me some more." "That's a big bar the murderer must have used to hit poor Patrick," one of them was saying. "The doctor says the back of his head was broken to pieces, just like from a very heavy hammer. That's why the weapon should be easy to find. Exactly what I say. Whoever did it is not going to carry a weapon like that around with him longer than necessary. Personally, I think the weapon is somewhere in the house. It's probably right under our noses. What do you think, Jack?" And in the other room, Mary Maloney began to laugh. Everything is normal, the doctor was saying. Just lie back and relax. His voice was far away in the distance, and he seemed to be shouting at her. You have a son. What? You have a fine son. You understand that, don't you? A fine son. Did you hear him crying? Is he all right, Doctor? Of course he is all right. Please, let me see him. You'll see him in a moment. You are certain he is all right? I am quite certain. Is he still crying? Try to rest. There is nothing to worry about. Why has he stopped crying, Doctor? What has happened? Don't excite yourself, please. Everything is normal. I want to see him. Please let me see him. Dear lady, the doctor said, touching her hand, you have a fine, strong, healthy child. Don't you believe me when I tell you that? What is the woman over there doing to him? Your baby is being made to look pretty for you, the doctor said. We're giving him a wash. That is all. You must allow us a moment for that. You swear he is all right? I swear it. Now lie back and relax. Close your eyes. Go on, close your eyes. That's right. That's better. Good girl. I have prayed and prayed that he will live, Doctor. Of course he will live. What are you talking about? The others didn't. What? None of my other ones lived, Doctor. The doctor stood beside the bed, looking down at the pale, tired face of the young woman. He had never seen her before today. She and her husband were new people in the town. The barman's wife, who had come to help, had told him that the husband worked at the local customs house on the border, and that the two of them had arrived quite suddenly at the small hotel about 3 months before. The husband was always drunk, the barman's wife had said, but the young woman was gentle and religious. And she was very sad. She never smiled. In the few weeks that she had been there, the barman's wife had never once seen her smile. Also, it was said that this was the husband's third marriage, that one wife had died and that the other had left him for rather unpleasant reasons. So it was said. The doctor bent down and pulled the sheet up a little higher over the patient's chest. You have nothing to worry about, he said gently. This is a perfectly normal baby. That's exactly what they told me about the others, but I lost them all, Doctor. In the last 18 months, I have lost all 3 of my children, so you mustn't blame me for being anxious. 3? This is my 4th. In 4 years. I don't think you know what it means, Doctor, to lose them all 3 of them, slowly, separately, one by one. I can see Gustav's face now, as clearly as if he were lying there beside me in the bed. Gustav was a lovely boy, Doctor, but he was always ill. It is terrible when they are always ill, and there is nothing you can do to help them. I know. The woman opened her eyes, looked up at the doctor for a few seconds, then closed them again. My little girl was called Ida. She died a few days before Christmas. That is only 4 months ago. I just wish you could have seen Ida, Doctor. You have a new one now. But Ida was so beautiful. Yes, said the doctor. I know. How can you know? She cried. I am sure that she was a lovely child. But this new one is also like that. The doctor turned away from the bed and walked over to the window and stood there looking out. It was a wet, grey April afternoon, and across the street he could see large raindrops falling on the red roofs of the houses. Ida was 2 years old, Doctor, and she was so beautiful that I was never able to take my eyes off her from the time I dressed her in the morning until she was safe in bed again at night. I used to live in fear of something happening to that child. Gustav had gone, and my little Otto had also gone, and she was all I had left. Sometimes I used to get up in the night and walk quietly over to her and put my ear close to her mouth, just to make sure that she was breathing. "Try to rest," the doctor said, going back to the bed. "Please try to rest." The woman's face was white and bloodless, and there was a slight blue-grey colour around the nose and the mouth. When she died, I was already expecting another baby when that happened, Doctor. This new one was 4 months on its way when Ida died. "I don't want it," I shouted after the funeral. "I won't have it. I have buried enough children." And my husband, he was walking among the guests with a big glass of beer in his hand. He turned around quickly and said, "I have news for you, Clara. I have good news." Can you imagine that, Doctor? We have just buried our 3rd child, and he stands there with a glass of beer in his hand and tells me that he has good news? "Today, I have been given a new post in Branau," he says, "so you can start packing immediately. This will be a new start for you, Clara," he says. "It will be a new place and you can have a new doctor." Please, don't talk anymore. You are the new doctor, aren't you, Doctor? That's right. And here we are in Branau? Yes. I'm frightened, Doctor. Try not to be frightened. What chance can the 4th one have now? You must stop thinking like that. I can't help it. I am certain that there is something in our blood that causes our children to die in this way. There must be. That is nonsense. Do you know what my husband said to me when Otto was born, Doctor? He came into the room and looked into the bed where Otto was lying, and he said, "Why do all my children have to be so small and weak?" I'm sure he didn't say that. He put his head right up to Otto's, as if he were examining an insect, and he said, "All I'm saying is, why can't they be better examples of human beings? That's all I am saying." And 3 days after that, Otto was dead. And then Gustav died. And then Ida died. All of them died, Doctor. And suddenly, the whole house was empty. Don't think about it now. Is this one so very small? He is a normal child, but small. He is a little small, perhaps, but the small ones are often a lot stronger than the big ones. Just imagine, Mrs. Hitler, this time next year, he'll be almost learning how to walk. Isn't that a lovely thought? She didn't answer this. And 2 years from now, he will probably be talking all the time and driving you crazy with his questions. Have you settled on a name for him yet? A name? Yes. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think my husband said that if it was a boy, we were going to call him Adolphus. That means that he would be called Adolf. Yes. My husband likes Adolf because it has a certain similarity to Alois. My husband is called Alois. Excellent. Oh no, she cried, raising her head suddenly from the bed. That's the same question they asked me when Otto was born. He needs a name immediately. That means he's going to die. Now, the doctor said, taking her gently by the shoulders. You are quite wrong. I promise you that you are wrong. I was simply asking a question, that is all. I love talking about names. I think Adolphus is a particularly fine name. It is one of my favourites. And look, here he comes now. The barman's wife, carrying the baby, came across the room towards the bed. Here is the little beauty, she cried, smiling. Would you like to hold him? Shall I put him beside you? Is he well wrapped? The doctor asked. It is extremely cold in here. Certainly he is well wrapped. The baby was tightly wrapped in a white woolen cloth, and only his little pink head stuck out. The barman's wife placed him gently on the bed beside the mother. There you are, she said. Now you can lie there and look at him as much as you like. I think you will like him, the doctor said, smiling. He is a fine little baby. He has the most lovely hands, the barman's wife cried. Such long, delicate fingers. The mother didn't move. She didn't even turn her head to look. Go on, cried the barman's wife. He won't bite you. I am frightened to look. I don't dare to believe that I have another baby and that he is all right. Don't be so stupid. Slowly, the mother turned her head and looked at the small, peaceful face that lay beside her. Is this my baby? Of course. Oh. But he is beautiful. The doctor turned away and went over to the table and began putting his things into his bag. The mother lay on the bed, watching the child and smiling and touching him and making little noises of pleasure. Hello, Adolphus, she whispered. Hello, my little Adolph. Shh, said the barman's wife. Listen, I think your husband is coming. The doctor walked over to the door and opened it and looked out into the passage. Mr. Hitler? Yes? Come in, please. A small man in a dark green uniform stepped softly into the room and looked around him. Let me shake your hand, the doctor said. You have a son. The man smelled strongly of beer. A son? Yes. How is he? He is fine. So is your wife. Good. The father turned and walked over to the bed where his wife was lying. Well, Clara, he said, smiling. How did it go? He bent down to take a look at the baby. Then he bent lower and lower until his face was very close to the baby's head. The wife lay sideways, looking up at him with a frightened look. He has the most wonderful pair of lungs, the barman's wife announced. You should have heard him screaming just after he came into this world. But my God, Clara. What is it, dear? This one is even smaller than Otto was. The doctor stepped forward. There is nothing wrong with that child, he said. Slowly, the husband straightened up and turned away from the bed and looked at the doctor. He seemed confused and frightened. It's no good lying, doctor, he said. I know what it means. It's going to be the same all over again. Now you listen to me, the doctor said. But do you know what happened to the others, doctor? You must forget about the others, Mr. Hitler. Give this one a chance. But so small and weak, my dear sir. He has only just been born. Even so. "That's enough," the doctor said sharply. The mother was crying now. Her body was shaking. The doctor walked over to the husband and put a hand on his shoulder. "Be good to her," he whispered. "Please, it's very important." Then he pressed the husband's shoulder hard and began pushing him forward to the edge of the bed. At last, the husband bent down and kissed his wife lightly on the cheek. "All right, Clara," he said. "Now stop crying. I have prayed so hard that he will live, Aloise. Yes, every day for months I have gone to the church and begged on my knees that this one will be allowed to live. Yes, Clara, I know. 3 dead children is all that I can stand. Don't you realize that?" "Of course." "He must live, Aloise. He must. He must. Oh, God, protect him now."
By Roald Dahl. Mr. Boggis was driving the car slowly, leaning back comfortably in the seat, with one elbow resting on the sill of the open window. How beautiful the countryside, he thought. How pleasant to see a sign or two of summer once again, the primroses especially, and the hawthorn. The hawthorn was exploding, white and pink and red along the hedges, and the primroses were growing underneath in little clumps, and it was beautiful. He took one hand off the wheel and lit himself a cigarette. The best thing now, he told himself, would be to make for the top of Brill Hill. He could see it about half a mile ahead, and that must be the village of Brill, that cluster of cottages among the trees right on the very summit. Excellent. Not many of his Sunday sections had a nice elevation like that to work from. He drove up the hill and stopped the car just short of the summit, on the outskirts of the village. Then he got out and looked around. Down below, the countryside was spread out before him like a huge green carpet. He could see for miles. It was perfect. He took a pad and pencil from his pocket, leaned against the back of the car, and allowed his practised eye to travel slowly over the landscape. He could see one medium farmhouse over on the right, back in the fields, with a track leading to it from the road. There was another larger one behind it. There was a house surrounded by tall elms that looked as though it might be a Queen Anne, and there were 2 likely farms away over on the left. 5 places in all. That was about the lot in this direction. Mr. Boggis drew a rough sketch on his pad, showing the position of each, so that he'd be able to find them easily when he was down below. Then he got back into the car and drove up through the village to the other side of the hill. From there he spotted 6 more possibles, 5 farms and 1 big white Georgian house. He studied the Georgian house through his binoculars. It had a clean, prosperous look, and the garden was well ordered. That was a pity. He ruled it out immediately. There was no point in calling on the prosperous. In this square, then, in this section, there were 10 possibles in all. 10 was a nice number, Mr. Boggis told himself. Just the right amount for a leisurely afternoon's work. What time was it now? 12 o'clock. He would have liked a pint of beer in the pub before he started, but on Sundays they didn't open until 1. Very well, he would have it later. He glanced at the notes on his pad. He decided to take the Queen Anne first, the house with the elms. It had looked nicely dilapidated through the binoculars. The people there could probably do with some money. He was always lucky with Queen Anne's anyway. Mr. Boggis climbed back into the car, released the handbrake, and began cruising slowly down the hill without the engine. Apart from the fact that he was at this moment disguised in the form of a clergyman, there was nothing very sinister about Mr. Cyril Boggis. By trade he was a dealer in antique furniture, with his own shop and showroom in the King's Road, Chelsea. His premises were not large, and generally he didn't do a great deal of business, but because he always bought cheap, very, very cheap, and sold very, very dear, he managed to make quite a tidy little income every year. He was a talented salesman, and when buying or selling a piece, he could slide smoothly into whichever mood suited the client best. He could become grave and charming for the aged, obsequious for the rich, sober for the godly, masterful for the weak, mischievous for the widow, arch and saucy for the spinster. He was well aware of his gift, using it shamelessly on every possible occasion, and often, at the end of an unusually good performance, it was as much as he could do to prevent himself from turning aside and taking a bow or two as the thundering applause of the audience went rolling through the theatre. In spite of this rather clownish quality of his, Mr. Boggis was not a fool. In fact, it was said of him by some that he probably knew as much about French, English, and Italian furniture as anyone else in London. He also had surprisingly good taste, and he was quick to recognize and reject an ungraceful design, however genuine the article might be. His real love, naturally, was for the work of the great 18th century English designers, Ince, Mayhew, Chippendale, Robert Adam, Mannering, Inigo Jones, Hepplewhite, Kent, Johnson, George Smith, Locke, Sheraton, and the rest of them. But even with these he occasionally drew the line. He refused, for example, to allow a single piece from Chippendale's Chinese or Gothic period to come into his showroom, and the same was true of some of the heavier Italian designs of Robert Adam. During the past few years, Mr. Boggis had achieved considerable fame among his friends in the trade by his ability to produce unusual and often quite rare items with astonishing regularity. Apparently, the man had a source of supply that was almost inexhaustible, a sort of private warehouse, and it seemed that all he had to do was drive out to it once a week and help himself. Whenever they asked him where he got the stuff, he would smile knowingly and wink and murmur something about a little secret. The idea behind Mr. Boggis's little secret was a simple one, and it had come to him as a result of something that had happened on a certain Sunday afternoon nearly 9 years before, while he was driving in the country. He had gone out in the morning to visit his old mother, who lived in Sevenoaks, and on the way back the fan belt on his car had broken, causing the engine to overheat and the water to boil away. He had got out of the car and walked to the nearest house, a smallish farm building about 50 yards off the road, and had asked the woman who answered the door if he could please have a jug of water. While he was waiting for her to fetch it, he happened to glance in through the door to the living room, and there, not 5 yards from where he was standing, he spotted something that made him so excited the sweat began to come out all over the top of his head. It was a large oak armchair, of a type that he had only seen once before in his life. Each arm, as well as the panel at the back, was supported by a row of 8 beautifully turned spindles. The back panel itself was decorated by an inlay of the most delicate floral design, and the head of a duck was carved to lie along half the length of either arm. Good God, he thought, this thing is late 15th century. He poked his head in further through the door, and there, by heavens, was another of them on the other side of the fireplace. He couldn't be sure, but 2 chairs like that must be worth at least £1,000 up in London, and oh, what beauties they were! When the woman returned, Mr. Boggis introduced himself, and straight away asked if she would like to sell her chairs. "Dear me," she said, "but why on earth should she want to sell her chairs?" "No reason at all, except that he might be willing to give her a pretty nice price." "And how much would he give?" They were definitely not for sale, but just out of curiosity, just for fun, you know, how much would he give? £35. How much? £35. Dear me, £35. Well, well, that was very interesting. She'd always thought they were valuable. They were very old. They were very comfortable, too. She couldn't possibly do without them, not possibly. No, they were not for sale, but thank you very much all the same. They weren't really so very old, Mr. Boggis told her, and they wouldn't be at all easy to sell, but it just happened that he had a client who rather liked that sort of thing. Maybe he could go up another £2. Call it 37. How about that? They bargained for half an hour, and of course, in the end, Mr. Boggis got the chairs and agreed to pay her something less than 1/20th of their value. That evening, driving back to London in his old station wagon, with the 2 fabulous chairs tucked away snugly in the back, Mr. Boggis had suddenly been struck by what seemed to him to be a most remarkable idea. "Look here," he said, "if there's good stuff in one farmhouse, then why not in others? Why shouldn't he search for it? Why shouldn't he comb the countryside? He could do it on Sundays. In that way it wouldn't interfere with his work at all. He never knew what to do with his Sundays." So Mr. Boggis bought maps, large-scale maps of all the counties around London, and with a fine pen he divided each of them up into a series of squares. Each of these squares covered an actual area of 5 miles by 5, which was about as much territory, he estimated, as he could cope with on a single Sunday, were he to comb it thoroughly. He didn't want the towns and the villages. It was the comparatively isolated places, the large farmhouses and the rather dilapidated country mansions that he was looking for, and in this way, if he did 1 square each Sunday, 52 squares a year, he would gradually cover every farm and every country house in the home counties. But obviously there was a bit more to it than that. Country folk are a suspicious lot, so are the impoverished rich. You can't go about ringing their bells and expecting them to show you around their houses just for the asking, because they won't do it. That way you would never get beyond the front door. How then was he to gain admittance? Perhaps it would be best if he didn't let them know he was a dealer at all. He could be the telephone man, the plumber, the gas inspector. He could even be a clergyman. From this point on, the whole scheme began to take on a more practical aspect. Mr. Boggis ordered a large quantity of superior cards, on which the following legend was engraved: "The Reverend Cyril Winnington Boggis, President of the Society for the Preservation of Rare Furniture, in association with the Victoria and Albert Museum." From now on, every Sunday, he was going to be a nice old parson, spending his holiday travelling around on a labour of love for the Society, compiling an inventory of the treasures that lay hidden in the country homes of England. And who in the world was going to kick him out when they heard that one? Nobody. And then, once he was inside, if he happened to spot something he really wanted, well, he knew 100 different ways of dealing with that. Rather to Mr. Boggis's surprise, the scheme worked. In fact, the friendliness with which he was received in one house after another through the countryside was, in the beginning, quite embarrassing, even to him. A slice of cold pie, a glass of port, a cup of tea, a basket of plums, even a full sit-down Sunday dinner with the family. Such things were constantly being pressed upon him. Sooner or later, of course, there'd been some bad moments and a number of unpleasant incidents, but then 9 years is more than 400 Sundays, and that adds up to a great quantity of houses visited. All in all, it had been an interesting, exciting, and lucrative business. And now it was another Sunday, and Mr. Boggis was operating in the county of Buckinghamshire, in one of the most northerly squares on his map, about 10 miles from Oxford. And as he drove down the hill and headed for his first house, the dilapidated Queen Anne, he began to get the feeling that this was going to be one of his lucky days. He parked the car about 100 yards from the gates and got out to walk the rest of the way. He never liked people to see his car until after a deal was completed. A dear old clergyman and a large station wagon somehow never seemed quite right together. Also, the short walk gave him time to examine the property closely from the outside and to assume the mood most likely to be suitable for the occasion. Mr. Boggis strode briskly up the drive. He was a small, fat-legged man with a belly. The face was round and rosy, quite perfect for the part, and the two large brown eyes that bulged out at you from this rosy face gave an impression of gentle imbecility. He was dressed in a black suit with the usual parson's dog collar round his neck, and on his head a soft black hat. He carried an old oak walking stick, which lent him, in his opinion, a rather rustic, easy-going air. He approached the front door and rang the bell. He heard the sound of footsteps in the hall, and the door opened, and suddenly there stood before him, or rather above him, a gigantic woman dressed in riding breeches. Even through the smoke of her cigarette he could smell the powerful odour of stables and horse manure that clung about her. "Yes?" she asked, looking at him suspiciously. "What is it you want?" Mr. Boggis, who half expected her to whinny any moment, raised his hat, made a little bow, and handed her his card. "I do apologize for bothering you," he said, and then he waited, watching her face as she read the message. "I don't understand," she said, handing back the card. "What is it you want?" Mr. Boggis explained about the Society for the Preservation of Rare Furniture. "This wouldn't by any chance be something to do with the Socialist Party?" she asked, staring at him fiercely from under a pair of pale, bushy brows. From then on, it was easy. A Tory in riding breeches, male or female, was always a sitting duck for Mr. Boggis. He spent 2 minutes delivering an impassioned eulogy on the extreme right wing of the Conservative Party, then 2 more denouncing the Socialists. As a clincher, he made particular reference to the bill that the Socialists had once introduced for the abolition of blood sports in the country, and went on to inform his listener that his idea of heaven, though you'd better not tell the bishop, my dear, was a place where one could hunt the fox, the stag, and the hare with large packs of tireless hounds from morn till night every day of the week, including Sundays. Watching her as he spoke, he could see the magic beginning to do its work. The woman was grinning now, showing Mr. Boggis a set of enormous, slightly yellow teeth. "Madam," he cried, "I beg of you, please don't get me started on socialism." At that point, she let out a great guffaw of laughter, raised an enormous red hand, and slapped him so hard on the shoulder that he nearly went over. "Come in," she shouted. "I don't know what the hell you want, but come on in." Unfortunately, and rather surprisingly, there was nothing of any value in the whole house, and Mr. Boggis, who never wasted time on barren territory, soon made his excuses and took his leave. The whole visit had taken less than 15 minutes, and that, he told himself, as he climbed back into his car and started off for the next place, was exactly as it should be. From now on it was all farmhouses, and the nearest was about half a mile up the road. It was a large, half-timbered brick building of considerable age, and there was a magnificent pear tree, still in blossom, covering almost the whole of the south wall. Mr. Boggis knocked on the door. He waited, but no one came. He knocked again, but still there was no answer. So he wandered around the back to look for the farmer among the cowsheds. There was no one there either. He guessed that they must all still be in church, so he began peering in the windows to see if he could spot anything interesting. There was nothing in the dining room, nothing in the library either. He tried the next window, the living room, and there, right under his nose, in the little alcove that the window made, he saw a beautiful thing. A semicircular card table in mahogany, richly veneered, and in the style of Hepplewhite, built around 1780. "Aha!" he said aloud, pressing his face hard against the glass. "Well done, Boggis!" But that was not all. There was a chair there as well, a single chair, and if he were not mistaken, it was of an even finer quality than the table. Another Hepplewhite, wasn't it? And oh, what a beauty! The lattices on the back were finely carved, with the honeysuckle, the husk, and the patery. The caning on the seat was original. The legs were very gracefully turned, and the two back ones had that peculiar outward splay that meant so much. It was an exquisite chair. "Before this day is done," Mr. Boggis said softly, "I shall have the pleasure of sitting down upon that lovely seat." He never bought a chair without doing this. It was a favourite test of his, and it was always an intriguing sight to see him lowering himself delicately into the seat, waiting for the give, expertly gauging the precise but infinitesimal degree of shrinkage that the years had caused in the mortise and dovetail joints. But there was no hurry, he told himself. He would return here later. He had the whole afternoon before him. The next farm was situated some way back in the fields, and in order to keep his car out of sight, Mr. Boggis had to leave it on the road and walk about 600 yards along a straight track that led directly into the backyard of the farmhouse. This place, he noticed as he approached, was a good deal smaller than the last, and he didn't hold out much hope for it. It looked rambling and dirty, and some of the sheds were clearly in bad repair. There were 3 men standing in a close group in a corner of the yard, and one of them had 2 large black greyhounds with him on leashes. When the men caught sight of Mr. Boggis walking forward in his black suit and parson's collar, they stopped talking and seemed suddenly to stiffen and freeze, becoming absolutely still, motionless, 3 faces turned towards him, watching him suspiciously as he approached. The oldest of the 3 was a stumpy man, with a wide frog mouth and small, shifty eyes, and although Mr. Boggis didn't know it, his name was Rummins, and he was the owner of the farm. The tall youth beside him, who appeared to have something wrong with one eye, was Bert, the son of Rummins. The shortish, flat-faced man, with a narrow, corrugated brow and immensely broad shoulders, was Claude. Claude had dropped in on Rummins in the hope of getting a piece of pork or ham out of him from the pig that had been killed the day before. Claude knew about the killing. The noise of it had carried far across the fields, and he also knew that a man should have a government permit to do that sort of thing, and that Rummins didn't have one. "Good afternoon," Mr. Boggis said. "Isn't it a lovely day?" None of the 3 men moved. At that moment they were all thinking precisely the same thing, that somehow or other this clergyman, who was certainly not the local fellow, had been sent to poke his nose into their business and to report what he found to the government. "What beautiful dogs," Mr. Boggis said. "I must say I've never been greyhound racing myself, but they tell me it's a fascinating sport." Again the silence, and Mr. Boggis glanced quickly from Rummins to Bert, then to Claude, then back again to Rummins, and he noticed that each of them had the same peculiar expression on his face, something between a jeer and a challenge, with a contemptuous curl to the mouth and a sneer around the nose. "Might I inquire if you're the owner?" Mr. Boggis asked, undaunted, addressing himself to Rummins. "What is it you want?" "I do apologize for troubling you, especially on a Sunday." Mr. Boggis offered his card, and Rummins took it and held it up close to his face. The other two didn't move, but their eyes swivelled over to one side, trying to see. "And what exactly might you be wanting?" Rummins asked. For the second time that morning, Mr. Boggis explained at some length the aims and ideals of the Society for the Preservation of Rare Furniture. "We don't have any," Rummins told him when it was over. "You're wasting your time." "Now, just a minute, sir," Mr. Boggis said, raising a finger. "The last man who said that to me was an old farmer down in Sussex, and when he finally let me into his house, do you know what I found? A dirty-looking old chair in the corner of the kitchen, and it turned out to be worth £400. I showed him how to sell it, and he bought himself a new tractor with the money." "What on earth are you talking about?" Claude said. "There ain't no chair in the world worth £400. "Excuse me," Mr. Boggis answered primly, "but there are plenty of chairs in England worth more than twice that figure. And you know where they are? They're tucked away in the farms and cottages all over the country, with the owners using them as steps and ladders and standing on them with hobnailed boots to reach a pot of jam out of the top cupboard, or to hang a picture. This is the truth I'm telling you, my friends." Rummins shifted uneasily on his feet. "You mean to say all you want to do is go inside and stand there in the middle of the room and look around?" "Exactly," Mr. Boggis said. He was at last beginning to sense what the trouble might be. "I don't want to pry into your cupboards or into your larder. I just want to look at the furniture to see if you happen to have any treasures here, and then I can write about them in our society magazine." "You know what I think," Rummins said, fixing him with his small, wicked eyes. "I think you're after buying the stuff yourself. Why else would you be going to all this trouble?" "Oh, dear me, I only wish I had the money. Of course, if I saw something that I took a great fancy to, and it wasn't beyond my means, I might be tempted to make an offer, but, alas, that rarely happens." "Well," Rummins said, "I don't suppose there's any harm in your taking a look around if that's all you want." He led the way across the yard to the back door of the farmhouse, and Mr. Boggis followed him. So did the son, Bert, and Claude with his two dogs. They went through the kitchen, where the only furniture was a cheap deal table with a dead chicken lying on it, and they emerged into a fairly large, exceedingly filthy living room. And there it was. Mr. Boggis saw it at once, and he stopped dead in his tracks and gave a little shrill gasp of shock. Then he stood there for 5, 10, 15 seconds at least, staring like an idiot, unable to believe, not daring to believe, what he saw before him. It couldn't be true, not possibly, but the longer he stared, the more true it began to seem. After all, there it was standing against the wall right in front of him, as real and as solid as the house itself. And who in the world could possibly make a mistake about a thing like that? Admittedly, it was painted white, but that made not the slightest difference. Some idiot had done that. The paint could easily be stripped off. But, good God, just look at it, and in a place like this. At this point, Mr. Boggis became aware of the three men, Rummins, Bert, and Claude, standing together in a group over by the fireplace, watching him intently. They'd seen him stop and gasp and stare, and they must have seen his face turning red, or maybe it was white, but in any event they had seen enough to spoil the whole goddamn business if he didn't do something about it quick. In a flash, Mr. Boggis clapped one hand over his heart, staggered to the nearest chair, and collapsed into it, breathing heavily. "What's the matter with you?" Claude asked. "It's nothing," he gasped. "I'll be all right in a minute. Please, a glass of water. It's my heart." Bert fetched him the water, handed it to him, and stayed close beside him, staring down at him with a fatuous leer on his face. "I thought maybe you were looking at something," Rummin said. The wide frog mouth widened a fraction further into a crafty grin, showing the stubs of several broken teeth. "No, no," Mr. Boggis said. "Oh, dear me, no. It's just my heart. I'm so sorry. It happens every now and then, but it goes away quite quickly. I'll be all right in a couple of minutes." He must have time to think, he told himself. More important still, he must have time to compose himself thoroughly before he said another word. "Take it gently, Boggis, and whatever you do, keep calm. These people may be ignorant, but they're not stupid. They are suspicious and wary and sly. And if it is really true— no, it can't be. It can't be true." He was holding one hand up over his eyes in a gesture of pain, and now, very carefully, secretly, he made a little crack between two of the fingers and peeked through. Sure enough, the thing was still there, and on this occasion he took a good long look at it. Yes, he had been right the first time. There wasn't the slightest doubt about it. It was really unbelievable. What he saw was a piece of furniture that any expert would have given almost anything to acquire. To a layman, it might not have appeared particularly impressive, especially when covered over as it was with dirty white paint, but to Mr. Boggis it was a dealer's dream. He knew, as does every other dealer in Europe and America, that among the most celebrated and coveted examples of 18th century English furniture in existence are the three famous pieces known as the Chippendale commodes. He knew their history backwards, that the first was discovered in 1920 in a house at Moreton-in-Marsh, and was sold at Sotheby's the same year. That the other two turned up in the same auction rooms a year later, both coming out of Rainham Hall, Norfolk. They all fetched enormous prices. He couldn't quite remember the exact figure for the first one, or even the second, but he knew for certain that the last one to be sold had fetched 3,900 guineas, and that was in 1921. Today, the same piece would surely be worth £10,000. Some man, Mr. Boggis couldn't remember his name, had made a study of these commodes fairly recently, and had proved that all three must have come from the same workshop, for the veneers were all from the same log, and the same set of templates had been used in the construction of each. No invoices had been found for any of them, but all the experts were agreed that these three commodes could have been executed only by Thomas Chippendale himself, with his own hands, at the most exalted period in his career. And here, Mr. Boggis kept telling himself, as he peered cautiously through the crack in his fingers, here was the fourth Chippendale commode, and he had found it. He would be rich. He would also be famous. Each of the other three was known throughout the furniture world by a special name: the Chastleton commode, the first Rainham commode, the second Rainham commode. This one would go down in history as the Boggis commode. Just imagine the faces of the boys up there in London when they got a look at it tomorrow morning. And the luscious offers coming in from the big fellows over in the West End, Frank Partridge, Malley, Jetley, and the rest of them. There would be a picture of it in the Times, and it would say, "The very fine Chippendale commode, which was recently discovered by Mr. Cyril Boggis, a London dealer." Dear God, what a stir he was going to make! This one here, Mr. Boggis thought, was almost exactly similar to the second Rainham commode. All three, the Chastleton and the two Rainhams, differed from one another in a number of small ways. It was a most impressive, handsome affair, built in the French Rococo style of Chippendale's Directoire period, a kind of large, fat chest of drawers, set upon 4 carved and fluted legs that raised it about a foot from the ground. There were 6 drawers in all, 2 long ones in the middle and 2 shorter ones on either side. The serpentine front was magnificently ornamented along the top and sides and bottom, and also vertically between each set of drawers, with intricate carvings of festoons and scrolls and clusters. The brass handles, although partly obscured by white paint, appeared to be superb. It was, of course, a rather heavy piece, but the design had been executed with such elegance and grace that the heaviness was in no way offensive. "How are you feeling now?" Mr. Boggis heard someone saying. Thank you. I'm much better already. It passes quickly. My doctor says it's nothing to worry about, really, so long as I rest for a few minutes whenever it happens. Ah, yes," he said, raising himself slowly to his feet. "That's better. I'm all right now." A trifle unsteadily, he began to move around the room, examining the furniture, one piece at a time, commenting upon it briefly. He could see at once that, apart from the commode, it was a very poor lot. "Nice oak table," he said, "but I'm afraid it's not old enough to be of any interest. Good comfortable chairs, but quite modern. Yes, quite modern. Now this cupboard, well, it's rather attractive, but again, not valuable. This chest of drawers," he walked casually past the Chippendale commode and gave it a little contemptuous flip with his fingers, "worth a few pounds, I dare say, but no more. A rather crude reproduction, I'm afraid. Probably made in Victorian times. Did you paint it white?" "Yes," Rummins said. "Bert did it." "A very wise move. It's considerably less offensive in white." "That's a strong piece of furniture," Rummins said. "Some nice carving on it, too." "Machine carved," Mr. Boggis answered superbly, bending down to examine the exquisite craftsmanship. "You can tell it a mile off. But still, I suppose it's quite pretty in its way. It has its points." He began to saunter off. Then he checked himself and turned slowly back again. He placed the tip of one finger against the point of his chin, laid his head over to one side, and frowned as though deep in thought. "You know what?" he said, looking at the commode, speaking so casually that his voice kept trailing off. "I've just remembered. I've been wanting a set of legs, something like that, for a long time. I've got a rather curious table in my own little home, one of those low things that people put in front of the sofa, sort of a coffee table. And last Michaelmas, when I moved house, the foolish movers damaged the legs in the most shocking way. I'm very fond of that table. I always keep my big Bible on it, and all my sermon notes." He paused, stroking his chin with the finger. "Now, I was just thinking, these legs on your chest of drawers might be very suitable. Yes, they might indeed. They could easily be cut off and fixed onto my table." He looked around and saw the 3 men standing absolutely still, watching him suspiciously. 3 pairs of eyes, all different, but equally mistrusting. Small pig eyes for Rummins, large slow eyes for Claude, and 2 odd eyes for Bert, one of them very queer and boiled and misty pale, with a little black dot in the centre, like a fisheye on a plate. Mr. Boggis smiled and shook his head. "Come, come, what on earth am I saying? I'm talking as though I own the piece myself. I do apologise." "What you mean to say is you'd like to buy it," Rummins said. "Well," Mr. Boggis glanced back at the commode, frowning, "I'm not sure. I might, and then again, on second thoughts, no. I think it might be a bit too much trouble. It's not worth it. I'd better leave it." "How much were you thinking of offering?" Rummins asked. "Not much, I'm afraid. You see, this is not a genuine antique. It's merely a reproduction." "I'm not so sure about that," Rummins told him. "It's been in here over 20 years, and before that it was up at the manor house. I bought it there myself at auction when the old squire died. You can't tell me that thing's new." "It's not exactly new, but it's certainly not more than about 60 years old." "It's more than that," Rummins said. "Bert, where's that bit of paper you once found at the back of one of them drawers? That old bill?" The boy looked vacantly at his father. Mr. Boggis opened his mouth, then quickly shut it again without uttering a sound. He was beginning literally to shake with excitement, and to calm himself he walked over to the window and stared out at a plump brown hen pecking around for stray grains of corn in the yard. "It was in the back of that drawer underneath all them rabbit snares," Rummins was saying. "Go on and fetch it out and show it to the parson." When Bert went forward to the commode, Mr. Boggis turned round again. He couldn't stand not watching him. He saw him pull out one of the big middle drawers, and he noticed the beautiful way in which the drawer slid open. He saw Bert's hand dipping inside and rummaging around among a lot of wires and strings. "You mean this?" Bert lifted out a piece of folded yellowing paper and carried it over to the father, who unfolded it and held it up close to his face. "You can't tell me this writing ain't bloody old," Rummins said, and he held the paper out to Mr. Boggis, whose whole arm was shaking as he took it. It was brittle, and it cracked slightly between his fingers. The writing was in a long, sloping, copperplate hand. "Edward Montague, Esquire, debtor to Thomas Chippendale. A large mahogany commode table of exceeding fine wood, very rich carved, set upon fluted legs, 2 very neat shaped long drawers in the middle part, and 2 ditto on each side, with rich chased brass handles and ornaments, the whole completely finished in the most exquisite taste. £87. Mr. Boggis was holding on to himself tight and fighting to suppress the excitement that was spinning round inside him and making him dizzy. Oh, God, it was wonderful. With the invoice, the value had climbed even higher. What in heaven's name would it fetch now? £12,000? 14? Maybe 15 or even 20? Who knows? Oh, boy! He tossed the paper contemptuously onto the table and said quietly, "It's exactly what I told you, a Victorian reproduction. This is simply the invoice that the seller, the man who made it and passed it off as an antique, gave to his client. I've seen lots of them. You'll notice that he doesn't say he made it himself. That would give the game away." "Say what you like," Rummins announced, "but that's an old piece of paper." "Of course it is, my dear friend. It's Victorian, late Victorian, about 1890, 60 or 70 years old. I've seen hundreds of them. That was a time when masses of cabinet makers did nothing else but apply themselves to faking the fine furniture of the century before." "Listen, Parson," Rummins said, pointing at him with a thick, dirty finger, "I'm not saying as how you may not know a fair bit about this furniture business, but what I am saying is this. How on earth can you be so mighty sure it's a fake when you haven't even seen what it looks like underneath all that paint?" "Come here," Mr. Boggis said. "Come over here and I'll show you." He stood beside the commode and waited for them to gather round. "Now, anyone got a knife?" Claude produced a horn-handled pocket-knife, and Mr. Boggis took it and opened the smallest blade. Then, working with apparent casualness, but actually with extreme care, he began chipping off the white paint from a small area on the top of the commode. The paint flaked away cleanly from the old hard varnish underneath, and when he had cleared away about 3 square inches, he stepped back and said, "Now, take a look at that." It was beautiful. A warm little patch of mahogany, glowing like a topaz, rich and dark, with the true colour of its 200 years. "What's wrong with it?" Rummins asked. "It's processed. Anyone can see that." "How can you see it, mister? You tell us." "Well, I must say that's a trifle difficult to explain. It's chiefly a matter of experience. My experience tells me that without the slightest doubt this wood has been processed with lime. That's what they use for mahogany to give it that dark, aged colour. For oak they use potash salts, and for walnut it's nitric acid, but for mahogany it's always lime." The 3 men moved a little closer to peer at the wood. There was a slight stirring of interest among them now. It was always intriguing to hear about some new form of crookery or deception. "Look closely at the grain. You see that touch of orange in among the dark red-brown? That's the sign of lime." They leaned forward, their noses close to the wood. First Rummins, then Claude, then Bert. "And then there's the patina," Mr. Boggis continued. "The what?" He explained to them the meaning of this word as applied to furniture. "My dear friends, you've no idea the trouble these rascals will go to imitate the hard, beautiful, bronze-like appearance of genuine patina. It's terrible, really terrible, and it makes me quite sick to speak of it." He was spitting each word sharply off the tip of his tongue and making a sour mouth to show his extreme distaste. The men waited, hoping for more secrets. "The time and trouble that some mortals will go to in order to deceive the innocent," Mr. Boggis cried. "It's perfectly disgusting. Do you know what they did here, my friends? I can recognize it clearly. I can almost see them doing it. The long, complicated ritual of rubbing the wood with linseed oil, coating it over with French polish that has been cunningly coloured, brushing it down with pumice stone and oil, beeswaxing it with a wax that contains dirt and dust, and finally giving it the heat treatment to crack the polish so that it looks like 200-year-old varnish. It really upsets me to contemplate such knavery." The 3 men continued to gaze at the little patch of dark wood. "Feel it," Mr. Boggis ordered. "Put your fingers on it. There. How does it feel? Warm or cold?" "Feels cold," Rummins said. "Exactly, my friend. It happens to be a fact that faked patina is always cold to the touch. Real patina has a curiously warm feel to it." "This feels normal," Rummins said, ready to argue. "No, sir, it's cold. But of course it takes an experienced and sensitive fingertip to pass a positive judgment. You couldn't really be expected to judge this any more than I could be expected to judge the quality of your barley. Everything in life, my dear sir, is experience." The men were staring at this queer, moon-faced clergyman with the bulging eyes. Not quite so suspiciously now, because he did seem to know a bit about his subject, but they were still a long way from trusting him. Mr. Boggis bent down and pointed to one of the metal drawer handles on the commode. "This is another place where the fakers go to work," he said. "Old brass normally has a colour and character all of its own. Did you know that?" They stared at him, hoping for still more secrets. "But the trouble is that they've become exceedingly skilled at matching it. In fact, it's almost impossible to tell the difference between genuine old and faked old. I don't mind admitting that it has me guessing. So there's not really any point in our scraping the paint off these handles. We wouldn't be any the wiser." How can you possibly make new brass look like old? Claude said. Brass doesn't rust, you know. You're quite right, my friend, but these scoundrels have their own secret methods. Such as what? Claude asked. Any information of this nature was valuable, in his opinion. One never knew when it might come in handy. All they have to do, Mr. Boggis said, is to place these handles overnight in a box of mahogany shavings saturated in sal ammoniac. The sal ammoniac turns the metal green, but if you rub off the green, you will find underneath it a fine, soft, silvery warm lustre, a lustre identical to that which comes with very old brass. Oh, it is so bestial, the things they do. With iron they have another trick. What do they do with iron? Claude asked, fascinated. Iron's easy, Mr. Boggis said. Iron locks and plates and hinges are simply buried in common salt, and they come out all rusted and pitted in no time. All right, Rummins said, so you admit you can't tell about the handles. For all you know, they may be hundreds and hundreds of years old, correct? Ah, Mr. Boggis whispered, fixing Rummins with two big, bulging brown eyes. That's where you're wrong. Watch this. From his jacket pocket, he took out a small screwdriver. At the same time, although none of them saw him do it, he also took out a little brass screw, which he kept well hidden in the palm of his hand. Then he selected one of the screws in the commode, there were 4 to each handle, and began carefully scraping all traces of white paint from its head. When he had done this, he started slowly to unscrew it. If this is a genuine old brass screw from the 18th century, he was saying, the spiral will be slightly uneven, and you'll be able to see quite easily that it's been hand-cut with a file. But if this brasswork is faked from more recent times, Victorian or later, then obviously the screw will be of the same period. It will be a mass-produced, machine-made article. Anyone can recognize a machine-made screw. Well, we shall see. It was not difficult, as he put his hands over the old screw and drew it out, for Mr. Boggis to substitute the new one hidden in his palm. This was another little trick of his, and through the years it had proved a most rewarding one. The pockets of his clergyman's jacket were always stocked with a quantity of cheap brass screws of various sizes. "There you are," he said, handing the modern screw to Rummins. "Take a look at that. Notice the exact evenness of the spiral. See it? Of course you do. It's just a cheap, common little screw you yourself could buy today in any ironmonger's in the country." The screw was handed round from the one to the other, each examining it carefully. Even Rummins was impressed now. Mr. Boggis put the screwdriver back in his pocket, together with the fine hand-cut screw that he'd taken from the commode, and then he turned and walked slowly past the 3 men towards the door. "My dear friends," he said, pausing at the entrance to the kitchen, "it was so good of you to let me peep inside your little home. So kind. I do hope I haven't been a terrible old bore." Rummins glanced up from examining the screw. "You didn't tell us what you were going to offer," he said. "Ah," Mr. Boggis said, "that's quite right. I didn't, did I? Well, to tell you the honest truth, I think it's all a bit too much trouble. I think I'll leave it." "How much would you give?" "You mean that you really wish to part with it?" "I didn't say I wished to part with it. I asked you how much." Mr. Boggis looked across at the commode, and he laid his head first to one side, then to the other, and he frowned, and pushed out his lips, and shrugged his shoulders, and gave a little scornful wave of the hand, as though to say the thing was hardly worth thinking about, really, was it? "Shall we say £10? I think that would be fair." £10? Rummins cried. "Don't be so ridiculous, Parson, please." "It's worth more than that for firewood," Claude said, disgusted. Look here at the bill, Rummins went on, stabbing that precious document so fiercely with his dirty forefinger that Mr. Boggis became alarmed. It tells you exactly what it cost, £87, and that's when it was new. Now it's antique, it's worth double. If you'll pardon me, no, sir, it's not. It's a second-hand reproduction. But I'll tell you what, my friend, I'm being rather reckless, I can't help it. I'll go up as high as £15. How's that? Make it 50, Rummins said. A delicious little quiver, like needles, ran all the way down the back of Mr. Boggis's legs, and then under the soles of his feet. He had it now. It was his. No question about that. But the habit of buying cheap as it was humanly possible to buy, acquired by years of necessity and practice, was too strong in him now to permit him to give in so easily. "My dear man," he whispered softly, "I only want the legs. Possibly I could find some use for the drawers later on, but the rest of it, the carcass itself, as your friend so rightly said, it's firewood, that's all." "Make it 35, Rummins said. "I couldn't, sir. I couldn't. It's not worth it, and I simply mustn't allow myself to haggle like this about a price. It's all wrong. I'll make you one final offer, and then I must go." £20. "I'll take it," Rummins snapped. "It's yours." "Oh dear," Mr. Boggis said, clasping his hands. "There I go again. I should never have started this in the first place. You can't back out now, Parson. A deal's a deal. Yes, yes, I know. How are you going to take it?" "Well, let me see. Perhaps if I were to drive my car up into the yard, you gentlemen would be kind enough to help me load it." "In a car? This thing'll never go in a car. You'll need a truck for this." "I don't think so. Anyway, we'll see. My car's on the road. I'll be back in a jiffy. We'll manage it somehow, I'm sure." Mr. Boggis walked out into the yard and through the gate, and then down the long track that led across the field towards the road. He found himself giggling quite uncontrollably, and there was a feeling inside him as though hundreds and hundreds of tiny bubbles were rising up from his stomach and bursting merrily in the top of his head like sparkling water. All the buttercups in the field were suddenly turning into golden sovereigns, glistening in the sunlight. The ground was littered with them, and he swung off the track onto the grass so that he could walk among them and tread on them and hear the little metallic tinkle they made as he kicked them around with his toes. He was finding it difficult to stop himself from breaking into a run, but clergymen never run. They walk slowly. Walk slowly, Boggis. Keep calm, Boggis. There's no hurry now. The commode is yours for £20, and it's worth 15 or 20,000. The Boggis commode. In 10 minutes it'll be loaded into your car. It'll go in easily, and you'll be driving back to London and singing all the way. Mr. Boggis driving the Boggis commode home in the Boggis car. Historic occasion. What wouldn't a newspaper man give to get a picture of that? Should he arrange it? Perhaps he should. Wait and see. Oh, glorious day! Oh, lovely sunny summer day! Oh, glory be! Back in the farmhouse, Rummins was saying, "Fancy that old bastard giving £20 for a load of junk like this." "You did very nicely, Mr. Rummins," Claude told him. "You think he'll pay you?" "We don't put it in the car till he do." "And what if it won't go in the car?" Claude asked. "You know what I think, Mr. Rummins. You want my honest opinion? I think the bloody thing's too big to go in the car. And then what happens? Then he's going to say to hell with it and just drive off without it, and you'll never see him again. Nor the money either. He didn't seem all that keen on having it, you know." Rummins paused to consider this new and rather alarming prospect. "How can a thing like that possibly go in a car?" Claude went on relentlessly. "A parson never has a big car anyway. You ever seen a parson with a big car, Mr. Rummins?" "Can't say I have." "Exactly. And now listen to me. I've got an idea. He told us, didn't he, that it was only the legs he was wanting? right? So all we've got to do is cut 'em off quick right here on the spot before he comes back. Then it'll be sure to go in the car. All we're doing is saving him the trouble of cutting them off himself when he gets home. How about it, Mr. Rummins?" Claude's flat bovine face glimmered with a mawkish pride. "It's not such a bad idea at that," Rummins said, looking at the commode. "In fact, it's a bloody good idea. Come on, then. We'll have to hurry. You and Bert carry it out into the yard. I'll get the saw. Take the drawers out first." Within a couple of minutes, Claude and Bert had carried the commode outside and had laid it upside down in the yard amidst the chicken droppings and cow dung and mud. In the distance, halfway across the field, they could see a small black figure striding along the path towards the road. They paused to watch. There was something rather comical about the way in which this figure was conducting itself. Every now and again it would break into a trot, then it did a kind of hop, skip and jump, and once it seemed as though the sound of a cheerful song came rippling faintly to them from across the meadow. "I reckon he's balmy," Claude said, and Bert grinned darkly, rolling his misty eye slowly round in its socket. Rummins came waddling over from the shed, squat and frog-like, carrying a long saw. Claude took the saw away from him and went to work. "Cut 'em close," Rummins said. "Don't forget he's going to use 'em on another table." The mahogany was hard and very dry, and as Claude worked, a fine red dust sprayed out from the edge of the saw and fell softly to the ground. One by one the legs came off, and when they were all severed, Bert stooped down and arranged them carefully in a row. Claude stepped back to survey the results of his labour. There was a longish pause. "Just let me ask you one question, Mr. Rummins," he said slowly. "Even now, could you put that enormous thing in the back of a car?" "Not unless it was a van." "Correct," Claude cried. "And parsons don't have vans, you know. All they've usually got is piddling little Morris 8s or Austin 7s. "The legs is all he wants," Rummins said. "If the rest of it won't go in, then he can leave it. He can't complain. He's got the legs." "Now, you know better than that, Mr. Rummins," Claude said patiently. "You know damn well he's going to start knocking the price if he don't get every single bit of this into the car. A parson's just as cunning as the rest of them when it comes to money. Don't you make any mistake about that. Especially this old boy. So why don't we give him his firewood now and be done with it? Where'd you keep the axe?" "I reckon that's fair enough," Rummins said. "Bert, go fetch the axe." Bert went into the shed and fetched a tall woodcutter's axe and gave it to Claude. Claude spat on the palms of his hands and rubbed them together. Then, with a long-armed, high-swinging action, he began fiercely attacking the legless carcass of the commode. It was hard work, and it took several minutes before he had the whole thing more or less smashed to pieces. "I'll tell you one thing," he said, straightening up, wiping his brow. "That was a bloody good carpenter put this job together, and I don't care what the parson says." "We're just in time," Rummins called out. "Here he comes."
My grandmother. I myself had 2 separate encounters with witches before I was 8 years old. From the first, I escaped unharmed, but on the second occasion, I was not so lucky. Things happened to me that will probably make you scream when you read about them. That can't be helped. The truth must be told. The fact that I am still here and able to speak to you, however peculiar I may look, is due entirely to my wonderful grandmother. My grandmother was Norwegian. The Norwegians know all about witches, for Norway, with its black forests and icy mountains, is where the first witches came from. My father and my mother were also Norwegian, but because my father had a business in England, I had been born there and had lived there and had started going to an English school. Twice a year, at Christmas and in the summer, we went back to Norway to visit my grandmother. This old lady, as far as I could gather, was just about the only surviving relative we had on either side of our family. She was my mother's mother, and I absolutely adored her. When she and I were together, we spoke in either Norwegian or in English. It didn't matter which. We were equally fluent in both languages, and I have to admit that I felt closer to her than to my mother. Soon after my 7th birthday, my parents took me as usual to spend Christmas with my grandmother in Norway. And it was over there, while my father and mother and I were driving in icy weather just north of Oslo, that our car skidded off the road and went tumbling down into a rocky ravine. My parents were killed. I was firmly strapped into the back seat and received only a cut on the forehead. I won't go into the horrors of that terrible afternoon. I still get the shivers when I think about it. I finished up, of course, back in my grandmother's house, with her arms around me tight, and both of us crying the whole night long. "What are we going to do now?" I asked her through the tears. "You will stay here with me," she said, "and I will look after you." "Aren't I going back to England?" "No," she said. "I could never do that. Heaven shall take my soul, but Norway shall keep my bones." The very next day, in order that we might both try to forget our great sadness, my grandmother started telling me stories. She was a wonderful storyteller, and I was enthralled by everything she told me. But I didn't become really excited until she got on to the subject of witches. She was apparently a great expert on these creatures, and she made it very clear to me that her witch stories, unlike most of the others, were not imaginary tales. They were all true. They were the gospel truth. They were history. Everything she was telling me about witches had actually happened, and I had better believe it. What was worse, what was far, far worse, was that witches were still with us. They were all around us, and I had better believe that, too. "Are you really being truthful, Grandmama? Really and truly truthful?" "My darling," she said, "you won't last long in this world if you don't know how to spot a witch when you see one." "But you told me that witches look like ordinary women, Grandmama. So how can I spot them?" "You must listen to me," my grandmother said. "You must remember everything I tell you. After that, all you can do is cross your heart and pray to heaven and hope for the best." We were in the big living room of her house in Oslo, and I was ready for bed. The curtains were never drawn in that house, and through the windows I could see huge snowflakes falling slowly onto an outside world that was as black as tar. My grandmother was tremendously old and wrinkled, with a massive wide body which was smothered in grey lace. She sat there majestic in her armchair, filling every inch of it. Not even a mouse could have squeezed in to sit beside her. I myself, just 7 years old, was crouched on the floor at her feet, wearing pajamas, dressing gown, and slippers. "You swear you aren't pulling my leg?" I kept saying to her. "You swear you aren't just pretending?" "Listen," she said. "I have known no less than 5 children who have simply vanished off the face of this earth, never to be seen again. The witches took them." "I still think you're just trying to frighten me," I said. "I am trying to make sure you don't go the same way," she said. "I love you, and I want you to stay with me." "Tell me about the children who disappeared," I said. My grandmother was the only grandmother I ever met who smoked cigars. She lit one now, a long black cigar that smelled of burning rubber. "The first child I knew who disappeared," she said, "was called Ragnhild Hansen. Ragnhild was about 8 at the time, and she was playing with her little sister on the lawn. Their mother, who was baking bread in the kitchen, came outside for a breath of air. 'Where's Ragnhild?' she asked. 'She went away with the tall lady,' the little sister said. 'What tall lady?' the mother said. 'The tall lady in white gloves,' the little sister said. 'She took Ragnhild by the hand and led her away.' No one, my grandmother said, ever saw Ragnhild again." "Didn't they search for her?" I asked. "They searched for miles around. Everyone in the town helped, but they never found her." "What happened to the other 4 children?" I asked. "They vanished just as Ragnhild did." "How, Grandmama? How did they vanish?" "In every case, a strange lady was seen outside the house just before it happened." "But how did they vanish?" I asked. "The second one was very peculiar," my grandmother said. "There was a family called Christensen. They lived up on Holmenkollen, and they had an old oil painting in the living room, which they were very proud of. The painting showed some ducks in the yard outside a farmhouse. There were no people in the painting, just a flock of ducks on a grassy farmyard, and the farmhouse in the background. It was a large painting, and rather pretty. Well, one day their daughter Solveig came home from school eating an apple. She said a nice lady had given it to her on the street. The next morning, little Solveig was not in her bed. The parents searched everywhere, but they couldn't find her. Then, all of a sudden, her father shouted, "There she is! That's Solveig, feeding the ducks!" He was pointing at the oil painting, and sure enough, Solveig was in it. She was standing in the farmyard in the act of throwing bread to the ducks out of a basket. The father rushed up to the painting and touched her. But that didn't help. She was simply a part of the painting, just a picture painted on the canvas. "Did you ever see that painting, Grandmama, with a little girl in it?" "Many times," my grandmother said. And the peculiar thing was that little Solveig kept changing her position in the picture. One day she would actually be inside the farmhouse, and you could see her face looking out of the window. Another day she would be far over to the left with a duck in her arms. "Did you see her moving in the picture, Grandmama?" Nobody did. Wherever she was, whether outside feeding the ducks or inside looking out of the window, she was always motionless, just a figure painted in oils. It was all very odd, my grandmother said. Very odd indeed. And what was most odd of all was that as the years went by, she kept growing older in the picture. In 10 years, the small girl had become a young woman. In 30 years, she was middle-aged. Then, all at once, 54 years after it all happened, she disappeared from the picture altogether. "You mean she died?" I said. "Who knows?" my grandmother said. "Some very mysterious things go on in the world of witches." "That's 2 you've told me about," I said. "What happened to the third one?" "The third one was little Birgit Svensson," my grandmother said. "She lived just across the road from us. One day, she started growing feathers all over her body. Within a month, she had turned into a large white chicken. Her parents kept her for years in a pen in the garden. She even laid eggs." "What color eggs?" I said. "Brown ones," my grandmother said. "Biggest eggs I've ever seen in my life. Her mother made omelets out of them. Delicious they were." I gazed up at my grandmother, who sat there like some ancient queen on her throne. Her eyes were misty gray, and they seemed to be looking at something many miles away. The cigar was the only real thing about her at that moment, and the smoke it made billowed round her head in blue clouds. "But the little girl who became a chicken didn't disappear?" I said. "No, not Birgit. She lived on for many years, laying her brown eggs." "You said all of them disappeared." "I made a mistake," my grandmother said. "I am getting old. I can't remember everything." "What happened to the fourth child?" I asked. "The fourth was a boy called Harold," my grandmother said. "One morning, his skin went all grayish-yellow. Then it became hard and crackly like the shell of a nut. By evening, the boy had turned to stone." "Stone?" I said. "You mean real stone?" "Granite," she said. "I'll take you to see him if you like. They still keep him in the house. He stands in the hall, a little stone statue. Visitors lean their umbrellas up against him." Although I was very young, I was not prepared to believe everything my grandmother told me. And yet, she spoke with such conviction, with such utter seriousness, and with never a smile on her face or a twinkle in her eye, that I found myself beginning to wonder. "Go on, Grandmama," I said. "You told me there were 5 altogether. What happened to the last one?" "Would you like a puff of my cigar?" she said. "I'm only 7, Grandmama." "I don't care what age you are," she said. "You'll never catch a cold if you smoke cigars." "What about number 5, Grandmama?" "Number 5, she said, chewing the end of her cigar as though it were a delicious asparagus, "was rather an interesting case. A 9-year-old boy called Leif was summer holidaying with his family on the fjord, and the whole family was picnicking and swimming off some rocks on one of those little islands. Young Leif dove into the water, and his father, who was watching him, noticed that he stayed under for an unusually long time. When he came to the surface at last, he wasn't Leif any more. "What was he, Grandmama?" "He was a porpoise." "He wasn't. He couldn't have been." "He was a lovely young porpoise," she said, "and as friendly as could be." "Grandmama," I said, Yes, my darling. Did he really and truly turn into a porpoise? Absolutely, she said. I knew his mother well. She told me all about it. She told me how Leaf the porpoise stayed with them all that afternoon, giving his brothers and sisters rides on his back. They had a wonderful time. Then he waved a flipper at them and swam away, never to be seen again. But, Grandmama, I said, how did they know that the porpoise was actually Leaf? He talked to them, my grandmother said. He laughed and joked with them all the time he was giving them rides. But wasn't there a most tremendous fuss when this happened? I asked. Not much, my grandmother said. You must remember that here in Norway we are used to that sort of thing. There are witches everywhere. There's probably one living in our street this very moment. It's time you went to bed. A witch wouldn't come in through my window in the night, would she? I asked, quaking a little. No, my grandmother said. A witch will never do silly things like climbing up drain pipes or breaking into people's houses. You'll be quite safe in your bed. Come along, I'll tuck you in.